Today, Tuesday, March 21st, time is 5:34. This is a public hearing, Texas Academic Performance Report. I would like to go ahead and start off by calling roll. We have Ms. Dominga Vela, Ms. Leti Garcia, myself, Miguel Farias, our superintendent, Dr. Mario Salinas, and we also have Leti Flores and legal, Mr. O'Hanlon. This does constitute a quorum. Certification of public notice, sir.
I certify that the agenda was posted under the guidelines of the Texas Open Meetings Act.
Very good. Now, number 3, discussion of 2021-22 Texas Academic Performance Report, TAPR. Who's going to be doing that?
Jose Garza will be doing that presentation.
Very good, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Garza.
Thank you so much. My name is Mr. Garza, the assessment director for the school district. Distinguished members of the board, board president, Mr. Mike Farias, superintendent of schools, Dr. Mario Salinas. Today I am going to be presenting the TAPR report as it is mandated by TA as per policy. You did receive the board packet. You should have received it on Friday. Okay. Just wanted to give a quick information on this board packet and the TAPR report, just to give you a quick understanding of it. This does reflect information from previous years, okay? This does reflect information from the 22 for the STAR. For CCMR, it's gonna reflect from 2021. And at times, it's even gonna go back to 2019. And I'll go over it as I'm going through the PowerPoint. The latest information on benchmark scores, we presented it in the last board meeting. So I just wanted to clear that up before I go into this PowerPoint, okay? As per TA, these are items that need to be reported during the TAPR report. And it's an annual report on education performance. That's what the actual name of it is. And one of the things we need to report is the actual TAPR report, which is the Texas Academic Performance Report. And then everything else that comes with it. And this is basically the table of contents that we're going to be going through the slides. This report is already on our assessment or ECISD website. So just as an FYI, you can always access this PowerPoint and all these reports through our assessment website. If you go through our assessment website, you're going to see a link there called Annual Report on Educational Performance. And all the links are there for for everything that I'm presenting today.
And for the record, Javier Salinas joined us at 5:36. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. There's ways to access the report. One of the ways to access is through the TA website. The other ways I have mentioned already through our website, through the assessment department. And the last one, we also have it in every campus library and offices. They do have their TAPR report that belongs to their campus. Okay, so those are the 3 ways that we do show where the report is at, in case anybody would want to see it. So. In the TAPR report, as you could see, and as we said before, we are in a district. We are in a district as of last year. And we did receive the post-secondary readiness distinction, the only distinction we can get. And in the special education 2022, we did meet the requirement on the determination status. Right there is a quick screenshot of our accountability of how the district is an A district with a 91. And the distinction, like I said, there's only one distinction for the district. That's the post-secondary readiness, and we did receive that one. In the elementaries, every campus is eligible for 6, and in the secondaries, they're eligible for 7. The difference is in the secondary, you have social studies, and you don't have that in the elementaries. That's why they have 7 that they could possibly get. Right here you have all our campuses in the elementary. We couldn't fit all 31 of them, so we split them up into 2 groups. A through G is on this first slide. Anybody who is on light blue are the campuses that receive perfect distinctions. Okay. This is as of last year, right? And that's the rest of the elementaries. And then these are our secondary schools, middle schools and high schools. Overall, distinctions earned, 116 in the elementary schools. Middle schools, we earned 23 distinctions, high school 14 distinctions, and as a district we received the distinction as well, which is a total of 154 distinctions. Now I'm going to go over the actual TAPER report, okay? And in this report, what I'm going to do, you have it attached to the board book. It's a second tab. The first tab is the PowerPoint. The second tab is actual report. I'm going to be going over page by page just to have you understand what the report says, okay? And then if you have any questions on what's in the report, you could always ask the questions, okay? So the first one is the cover page, okay? So that's the one that we showed in the screenshot, and that's the one that shows our A rating and how we did with that. The second part of it is our STAR performance, 3rd through EOC, and that's on page 3 through 11. And that basically covers this last year's data, last year's performances, and it breaks it down by special population. Okay, I know in the last board meeting I explained what approaches, meets, and masters were. So if you look at the report, it actually has the breakdown by approaches, by meets, and by masters, by special population. Not only that, but it also compares the district to the state to the region. Okay, it also does compare 2022 to 2021. Just a reminder that 2021 was a virtual year, so you're going to see huge gains from that 2021 to the last year's 2022 when it comes down to the STAR performance. Page 12 on the TAPER report, you have the progress measure. On this one, you are comparing 4th grade through EOC. I know we went over it on the last board meeting as well, where we covered progress. There's no progress in 3rd because there's no test in 2nd to compare to. There's no progress in science or social studies because there's no previous year test to compare to. It's only reading and math, and in that page you could see a comparison, and they're comparing 2022 to 2019. Reason being that in 2021 there was no progress measure because the assessments were waived in 2020. There was no STAR assessments in 2020, so there was no progress measure in 2021. So the state had to go all the way back to 2019, and those were the progress measures, and it does compare as well the district, the region, and the state by special pops as well. The next one, page 13, is our emergent bilingual population. 13 and 14, and this one is basically our emergent bilingual students, comparing our emergent bilingual students to the different populations that we have. So it compares the approaches, meets, and masters, similar to the student achievement that we had covered, but for the emergent bilingual students. And it breaks it down, and it compares for the 2022 compared to the 2021. It also compares the district, region, and state. The next one is our STAR participation rate, and that starts in page 15, and that's basically telling us how much our participation rate was for the different populations. How much the participation rate was for the different populations, and that goes all the way through page 17. From then on, it goes into the attendance rate. So it gives us our district's attendance rate, and this is on page 18. This is on page 18. And in our attendance rate, it's also given us our chronic absences and our dropout rates. Okay. Page 18 through 21, it starts with our graduation, and it compares our 4 cohorts. Okay, it compares our 4 cohorts. Our 4-year cohort, our 5-year cohort, and our 6-year cohort. What that means is our 4-year cohorts are the students that graduate within the 4 years. Our 5-year cohorts are the students that didn't graduate within the 4 years, but we recovered them through vision, through other methods that we have as a district. And then our 6-year is students that we recovered through a 6-year process. And that goes through page 21. Once again, breaking it down by special pops, and then comparing the region to the state. The next one is our CCMR. Something to consider with our CCMR here is that it's not comparing 2022 data. That's going to be in this year's accountability. It's actually comparing 2019-20 to 2020 and 21. So 2019-20, if you remember that year, that was the year that in March we had to go to virtual, and then 2020 and 21 was a full year of virtual. Okay, so you might see some drops in our numbers there on CCMR, but that's because we went from a regular school year, pre-COVID, to a virtual year. So just as an FYI on that one. And that's pages 22 through 26, and it has all our CCMR indicators in there.
Mr. Garza, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
A couple of slides ago, we talked about emergent bilingual.
Yes.
I know that every secondary has different numbers on the emergent bilingual type of students. And I know I brought it up before, especially we have a grade C and I team, that, we need to look to level the playing field for those bigger numbers of emergent bilingual students. Because when you're looking at the results of all the schools, we're not comparing apples to apples. We're really not comparing apples to apples in the case that we really haven't zoned in on the bilingual emergent numbers, because that student is a lot more difficult to work with language-wise versus a regular student that doesn't have that language barrier. So I'm just saying, in the future, Dr. Torres and the CNI team over there, look at that subgroup, because that can take us to a next level. Because I'm going to ask you the second question in a little bit, and it's about, I'd like a next board meeting, remember, maybe you can bring up the changes for this year's STAR scores, just so this board won't be surprised to see the numbers the way they are, because I've read my numbers, and I know I've been an A superintendent 7 years in a row, and it doesn't look that A number is going to be real easy to attain. And I just want this board to be able to see the true picture of the new redesign of STAR, which is going to is very complex. I mean, the state is not fair to us, Dr. Salinas. It's nothing to do with you or the team or the principals. It's the state. They say that there's too many schools in South Texas doing well, so the standards have been raised. They didn't say North Texas, East Texas, or West Texas. They said South Texas. And I think it's because we have the biggest Hispanic group of students in Texas. And when they don't like that, Region 1, South Texas school districts is #1 in the state. So because of that, they have increased the level of playing in this STAR. And I just would like, possibly Dr. Salinas, just a report, just like you're doing, on what's coming. Just so we won't be surprised, say, how come we didn't get that A? Well, nobody in the Valley got the A. Look, here, all the data to show. Just to be real transparent.
Yes, of course, Dr. Salinas.
Unless there's a bunch of magic here that I don't see, because I know it's difficult for all of us in Region 1 right now.
Yes, and I know I've been bringing that up to Dr. Torres and Dr. Salinas as well, so thank you, Mr. Salinas, for emphasizing that as well, because yes, we have been looking at the numbers. Even today, we had a benchmark meeting as well with the cabinet, and yes, we have been looking at, and it looks rough too because of what the state is creating for us now. And
I'll give you an example, just so the board can know. 60 in CCMR was an A. You know, it went to 88.
Yeah.
So it's going up 28 points just to be the same. Where the 60 was good enough, 88 is.
And it used to be at a 96 for graduation. Now it's a 98 for
Right.
graduation. So
Yeah.
it's increasing.
The standards are changing, which are unfair to our kids and to our staff. And I just want to make sure that we all hear, the community hears, you know, if the score is not what it needs to be, don't be pointing fingers this way, because the fingers should be pointed to Austin, because they're the ones making all these changes, not us. Thank you.
And the next part is the district membership. That's page 27 through 29. And in that part, you basically find all the ethnicity, as Mr. Salinas had brought up. At that point, you could actually see our bilingual population that we have, our Hispanic population. So right there, you could actually go in there and check out how many bilingual students we have, how many special ed students we have, the different populations that we have within the district. And then the last portion of it is the staff information, page 30. And that is basically the same thing as the student population or the student membership, but that's comparing the staff and the ethnicity we have on the staff, and everything dealing with our staff, the years of experience of the teachers, and other things that are there when it comes down to our staff. Once again, I do have the link here to this PowerPoint and to this taper report. Okay, I'm not going to click on the link right now to move on with a PowerPoint, but it is there for anyone that wants to download the PowerPoint from our website. Once again, we were an A district as of last year, A for financial integrity as well, and we are a TEA accredited school district. One of the things that we needed to present with this taper report is our campus improvement plan and the progress towards meeting these goals. These are not the improvement plans themselves, but the synopsis. These got approved by the board in the board meeting of the December 13th, and I did attach a link to those synopses as well. Another thing we needed to present is the special education determination status. We did meet requirements as for the RDA. So we did meet the requirement for the special education determination status. Another thing that the state requires us to present during this meeting is the violent or criminal incidents. The TEC section 39-306 requires each district to publish as part of its annual report a report on violent or criminal incidents that occur on each campus. The report must include number, rate, and type of violent or criminal incidents that occur on each campus to the extent that that FERPA permits, descriptions of the school violence preventions and violence intervention policies, and the procedures used to protect students. You can see here a distribution of our high schools and middle schools. Okay, and basically here is the reason code for our PEIMS, the description, and then the schools. The elementaries were grouped together because we don't have any in the elementary level, right? And that's basically the distribution of how this looks. Now, our preventive measures for that as a district, we do have a parent-student handbook and a Texas Education Code Chapter 37 Code of Conduct. Our ECISD Police Department Crime Stopper program. We have the anonymous reporting of incidents through the ECISD website. We have very good school counselors, 31 in the elementary, 18 in the middle school, 43 in the high school. And social workers, a total of 24, elementary 13 and secondary 11. Licensed professional counselors, we have 3, 2 that were employed in 2018-19, and 1 that was employed in 2019-2020. And we do have a district level bullying committee and a response to intervention for behavior. Because of what happened with Uvalde and the incident that happened in Uvalde, now we have to also present preventative practices when it comes down to the safety. Okay, so what have we done the school year 2022-23? We've conducted a summer targeted partial safety audit. We've conducted exterior door safety audits. We've convened the District Safety and Security Committee to review the Multi-Hazard and Emergency Operation Plan, EOP, and as a component of the EOP, the district's active threat plan. Ensure all campus staff, including substitutes, are trained on their specific district and campus safety procedures. Schedule all mandatory drills for the school year. Ensure all threat assessment team members are trained. Review and, as necessary, update procedures. And the last one, behavior threat assessment training, Texas School Safety Center for all campuses threat assessment team members. The next one that we have to report is student performance in post-secondary readiness institution. TEC Section 39306 requires each district to publish as part of its annual report a report on student performance in post-secondary institutions during the first year enrollment after graduation from high school. This data is compiled by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. The most current report is 2019-2020 high school graduates. Student performance is measured by grade point average, 2019 and 20 school year. So this is the 19-20 school year. And as you could see right there, how this report works is that graduates that graduated in 2020 per high school, right here, if they're attending a 4-year university, a 2-year university, independent college, non-trackable and not found. Definition for non-trackable and not found are placed here at the bottom. And then for the 150 for EHS, it is then broken down by who has less than 2.0 GPA, between a 2.0 to 2.49, 2.5 to 2.99. And you can more or less see a breakdown for the 4-year university and for the 2-year universities. The next thing that we have to present is HB3 goals and the progress that we are towards reaching those goals. And in these HB3 goals, we have to have them for, and I need to go to the PowerPoint, I have them right here. There. We created a committee, our HB3 created a committee through our area directors. And and I think it's not sharing, right? Okay. Dr. Moreno will take care of that. So there was a committee created that set goals for reading and math for our 3rd grade students to hit the meet standard. So we were monitoring the kids through their early childhood all the way through 3rd grade, and the committee set goals for them. And anything that's in green were the areas that we hit our goals. And 2022 is a school year that we're looking at, right? And this is the 2022 school year by different populations. So anything that's in green, as you can see, there was a lot of green. So a lot of our, for last year, a lot of our goals were met for reading. And then you have it as well for math. And that's at the very end of your board book. That's the very last tab. Those pages are there. And then you also have it for CCMR. Okay? Now CCMR, there's a lot of red. But don't worry about it. That's because CCMR accountability goes back to 2021 when it was a virtual year. We did show a lot of improvement for this year's accountability, and you're going to be seeing a lot of green for this upcoming accountability that's up and coming, right? So to finalize the PowerPoint, I'm almost towards the end of the PowerPoint. And Dr. Moreno, you might need to, is it showing? Yes?
Real quick. Yeah. Mr. Garza, real quick, while he's fixing whatever we need to fix.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
CCMR is the easiest number to hit for STAR.
Yes.
Are we on track, even though they raised it 28 points, or we got to hustle a little bit to hit to that track?
Yes, I could, based on the numbers that I've been seeing, and I'm also going to let Ms. Molina for the high school mention her part. But based on the numbers that I've been seeing a double-digit improvement in most of our high schools. So even if the number got moved to an 88, I do believe that a lot of our schools are going to be either at that number or close to that number.
How involved is CTE with you guys to make sure that the alignment is there?
So, Dr. Torres, do you want to?
Because I'm hearing from some CTE teachers that the alignment's not there, and that's a concern for me.
Yes, I'm gonna turn the mic over to Yesenia Molina, although I do want to respond in terms of we are very highly involved with CCMR between CTE and our high school area director. They work together. I know that tomorrow there's a CCMR symposium at Region 1 they'll be attending, and they've been working together to monitor all the CCMR criteria.
Can I just ask a question on that? Why are some of our teachers being asked to write the CTE curriculum and programs when that's not their role during the work year?
I'll turn that over to Arminda Lozano, although the CTE curriculum writing that's in our summer programs book is a handbook for one of the programs that she has. Ms.
Well,
Molina?
they're telling them to do it right now.
So
I mean,
we don't have anybody writing curriculum right now.
Okay, because I was approached Saturday by a big group of CTE teachers telling me that they're having to write their program. I'll share with Dr. Salinas so he can look into it.
What they're doing right now, though, is they are reviewing the programs of study and seeing how it's aligned to a certification, but no one is writing curriculum right now. I've had a few teachers that have asked to write curriculum over the summer for a new program under STC for dual enrollment for teachers, but no one's writing curriculum right now.
Okay. It's just concerned because, I mean, they do enough already. And,
Yes, sir.
And that should be coming from your department. You doing all that stuff, not them, because they already do too much.
Yes, sir.
To your question, Mr. Salinas, there are some changes occurring to the CCMR with the update from TEA. So the numbers that we were tracking for the graduating class of 2023 and for the prior year of 2022, and learning how the face-in of the IBC certifications, there is an impact to all the 4 high schools in terms of what they were banking was going to count for the student meeting a CCMR indicator. All the 4 high school principals have been versed. Both Ms. Lozano and I visited with every single one of them, identified every single student. Technically, for the last year, they're gone. They've already graduated, which will impact this year's accountability. But for the 2023, and for the next 3 months we have left of school, there were some, pressing points that we made with the principals so that they can begin to make some adjustments, because there were some significant numbers in the current class, which we were thinking, based on what the IBCs counted before, were meeting an indicator, but they're not. So we have proceeded with that information, meeting with Ms. Lozano. We're allowing for kids to retest their IBC if they had previously taken and need to retest it. So we're opening all the doors and all the opportunities for the kids to come in along with the CTE staff.
Okay.
And to finalize the PowerPoint, there is a taper glossary, in case any parents, community members out there want to go through it. It's right there as well. There's a Spanish version as well. The link is attached. And once again, the district annual report is already posted to our website. And once again, my name is Jose Garza, the assessment director, and my contact information is there. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions? No questions?
Only one comment.
Yes, yes, sir.
Mr. Garza and Dr. Salinas, I know that every board meeting that I do, I review what I ask, just so the board can remember, because we forget from one board meeting to the next. So every board meeting, I just mention it. You know what? The star is changing. This is the new changes. This is it's going to be a harder target to hit. Just to remind, and I would like to see if we can just add an item every board meeting in the superintendent's report, just a simple 2-minute, 3-minute presentation saying, don't forget, these are the targets that are changing. This is the star redesign. This is what it's doing. Just to remind us, because
do that.
I do that in every board meeting, because at the end, I don't want to say, you didn't tell us. We didn't know.
We'll do it, sir.
You took notes, sir? All right, good. Please take note of that, and we'll do that. Mr. Garza, thank you very much. Do we have any public comment, sir?
No.
We have no public comment. I make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, meeting adjourned 6:02. A regular board meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order by establishing a quorum. We have Ms. Dominga Vela. We also have Ms. Leti Garcia, myself, Miguel Farias, our superintendent, Dr. Salinas, board member Javier Salinas, and board member Leti Flores, along with legal, Mr. O'Hanlon. This does constitute a quorum. Prayer and pledge. Ms. Vela.
Almighty God,
God, give us the spirit of wisdom to help us be fair in all the decisions that we make. This we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Mr. President, may I have the floor for a second?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. President, at this time, I'd like to be excused from this board meeting. One of my aunts, Dora Reese, who worked for this district for 33 years, retired for this district for 33 years, did an amazing job at South Middle School, Lamar Middle School, and other schools. She passed away, and I must attend my services. I will be doing the rosary for her in a little bit. So at this time, I'm just asking to be excused.
Yes, and before you are excused, if we could take a moment of silence for Ms. Dora Reese. And, she spent many years at South and left a good legacy and a wonderful impression on so many people. So if I can have a moment of silence, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. I also want to go ahead and acknowledge, I know that we talked about 20th of January and also Mr. Perez.
Yes.
My God. We really don't count our blessings until they're taken from us. But times like this makes you want to call your mom and dad and say, I love you. Makes you want to give that extra hug to your loved one. And I encourage everybody to do that, because tomorrow is promised to no one. And we got to do whatever we can with what time we got. And these people that I mentioned had a major impression and really shaped the future, because they touched our kids in one form or fashion. And what a blessing. And I just want to acknowledge them for everything they've done. And I just want to, just thank God for the blessing they were to many, many of us, and the blessing they were to our kids and our district. And the least I can do is just thank them publicly and just say thank God for us experiencing having them in our midst and serving our district. It's a real blessing. So,
And one more thing, I know Ms. Vela was going to say something, sorry, Ms. Vega, but I have an item on the agenda on bullying, and if we can just pull it till the next meeting.
yes, sir. I was going to go ahead and pull that when the superintendent. I'm going to go ahead and pull that item, so whenever you're available in the next board meeting, we'll discuss it, because I know it's of great importance to all of us, and I want to make sure you participate.
And I'd like Kevin to review it, the legal part of it, the things we got to do. As I looked at one of the slides real quick, Mr. President, if you allow me.
Of course, sir.
The cyberbullying from student to student, that really hit my heart, because it affected my personal child. And, because of that, she dropped out of orchestra, cheerleading, cross country, track and field, and she just wanted to be a fly on the wall. Mm-hmm. But I also see that, Saturday also was addressed by some teachers that our own principals and administrators should do that to them too. And, we don't deserve bullying from anybody, from us to kids bullying each other. To me, it's unacceptable. It scars people for life.
Zero tolerance when it comes to that.
And I see it through my daughter. I mean, to this day, she's 28 years old and she's still scarred. And I get this at HEB, Walmart, all these parents come up to me and I go, I was one of those parents. So I want to be, at this time, I'd like to be excused.
Very good, sir. Ms. Vela?
Yes. I would just like to share a story about Mr. John Perez. Back in 2007, I went to Brewster to be the principal in January or February. And on my second day there, I was walking, and there was a huge rattlesnake. and he was walking right by me, and I told him, "Oh my God!" He goes, "Miss Vela, that's a rattlesnake." I said, "I know." I said, "Get rid of it." And he said, "Yes." And he said, "But I never want to see that ever again." And he told me, "Yes, but this is Brewster, and there are a lot of rattlesnakes here." Okay, I said, "Well, then you'll be with me every day." He said, "Ms. Vela, I teach. I'm a teacher." Oh, okay. So he was a wonderful teacher and did a great job of taking care of our students in Brewster. And I think that every principal that has been there has been blessed by Mr. Perez. And there are extraordinary individuals that have passed on, and we will remember them by the special things they did for us. Thank you so much.
Yes, and one thing I didn't realize that Dr. Salinas shared with me was Mr. Perez was the one that started the robotic program. And imagine robotics out of Brewster. And of all places, right?
Excuse me, I'm from Brewster.
Well, exactly my point. But I'm joking. But it's just amazing what the vision, the drive, and I was speaking with the principal, and the principal was very, very open about him being the favorite. Him being the favorite, and he would joke around with everybody saying, I'm the favorite, right? And so, but he had such a wonderful personality and such a giving heart, and the long-lasting changes and effect that man is going to have, it will continue with us for decades. And it's just amazing. Teachers, you guys have an amazing job and an opportunity to change the world. And you are highly valued and highly respected, and we appreciate you all for everything you do. And for the record, Mr. Louis Alamia joined us at approximately 6:08. All right, sir? Next. Sure, yes, sir.
I'd just like to take this time to offer my personal condolences from me and my family for Mr. Perez and his family. True leader, humble, and family and friends and everyone who has been in some of our community. He's going to be truly blessed, and we'll continue to carry on his legacy as best we can. I know he's very dearly missed over there in some of it's going to be a big shoes to fill, but continue to move forward in his arm.
Thank you. Sir, certification and public notice?
I certify that the agenda was posted under the guidelines of the Texas Open Meetings Act.
Very good. 4A, unfortunately, we were going to recognize Jose Lopez and his mother, Josie and Jose Lopez. That young man was the one that found our 5-year-old at Brewster. No, at Hargill. Lord have mercy. At Hargill. And took the time to stop. And when you find yourself in that kind of situation, he did what every reasonable 21-year-old would do. Call their mom. Because how in the world do you take care of a 5-year-old? At you're 21, you don't know nothing. So he called his mama, and his mama went ahead and helped him out. We were going to go ahead and recognize him today, but unfortunately they weren't able to make it. So if we can make record to put this recognition on the next board meeting, but I just wanted not just to pull it, but just to acknowledge them today and let them know that they are, we are extremely grateful for what they did and how they helped out during that time. So that's why we're going to go ahead and pull 4A and put it in our next board meeting. Very good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then we'll go to 4B. Recognition of Coach Elisa Gutierrez from Zavala Elementary PE coach, recipient of the grant award from Kids in Need Foundation. Who's going to be doing that?
Principal Garza.
Principal Garza, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Honorable school board members, our President Farias, Dr. Salinas. It's my pleasure to be with you today. You just mentioned about the value of a teacher. That's exactly why I felt it was very important to present what Coach Gutierrez has done for our school and for our school district, because I don't believe that we understand the magnitude of it, and I thought it was very important to showcase her efforts for ECISD today. So I have a little presentation that I put together because we have some pictures. Of course, pictures, say 1,000 words, and I thought it would be very important. So first of all, what was the Kids in Needs Foundation? And basically it was a grant that Coach Gutierrez felt was very important for her to apply. It is to benefit teachers for valuable resources that they need in the classroom. It can be anything from general supplies, and in this case was cleaning and sanitation supplies. And so what was this grant for? Well, Coach applied thinking that it was going to be for her PE classes. PE, we get dirty. Equipment gets dirty. She thought that that would be a great idea to apply for this grant. But what she didn't know was the exact amount that she would be provided if she was selected and awarded this grant. So you see Coach there. That is actually one of the truckloads that we received. It's actually double that amount. 5 of those, I'm sorry. That is our gym, by the way. And so Coach, being Coach, said, oh my gosh, we need help. What are we gonna do with this? Well, first of all, I want to tell you exactly what was awarded. So each of those boxes that you see, the Lysol wipes come in a flat pack with 80 sheets of disinfectant wipes per pack. And the amount awarded were 2 semi-truckloads. Wow. Yes, that's why I was like, well, she needs to be deserved and recognized. Each with 40 pallets, free of shipping. We didn't pay a cent. Each pallet included 125 boxes per pallet, each with 6 units per case, which is seen above, that individual. So basically doing the math, 40 pallets times 2, 80 pallets. 80 pallets times 125 boxes is 10,000 boxes, but there's units within those boxes, which equates to about 60,000 units of these sanitation wipes that we received. And so Coach being Coach said, we can't just keep this. And obviously not. So we formed together a little team and said, what are we gonna do? Well, first of all, we knew that it was important for us to take care of our school, so we distributed 5,000 boxes out to every single staff member, everybody. Every student and the surrounding business community. And with ECISD administration approval, obviously, they distributed the remaining 5,000 boxes equally to all elementary, middle, and high schools. We still had enough left over for maintenance and facilities, transportation, and technology. Of course, we could not leave out technology. She's one of my technology contacts. And so you see that our kids, our families, and some of our families that have multiple children went home with multiple boxes. And the communication was, are you sure? Are you sure that we're gonna, take this? This is free? Because these are very expensive wipes. Mm-hmm. Well, I just wanted to say, for her efforts, we're presenting her today, and really it was $150,000 estimated, because really the estimation is based on, this is maybe a warehouse, and there's some sort of, discount, but in looking it up, Just at Walmart, one individual is $6.28. So if we really did the math, it is well over that amount. But for the benefit of ourselves and just recognizing Coach Gutierrez, today we honor her for her efforts to the ECISD community on March 21st, 2023. The grant she earned for her classroom was shared to benefit us all. Thank you for representing what teamwork can do for our students. And so today she's awarded with Bright Ideas That Benefit Everyone Award. Also, we have a box for each of you, which is right there on the side that they delivered earlier, so that you also will benefit.
Oh, they're right here.
That's ask and you shall receive, I guess. Eh?
That's a good one.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Wow, it's going to be tough to beat that one. Geez, that's impressive, very impressive. Okay, we'll go to C, recognition of staff that assisted with the construction and decoration of the Board of Trustees float for the Fiesta Enterburg Parade.
Sure. That staff is transportation. They're still dropping off children.
Then we're going to move it to the back.
Move it to the further back.
Okay.
So we can get them in.
Yes, okay, very good. We'll go to D, Athletic Department, Enterburg High School, wrestling, first place, recipient state tournament. Nice. Who's going to be doing that?
Coach Roy Garza, I believe he's over there.
He's busy trying to get everybody in.
Coordinating.
You'll do all the rest? Okay, very good.
I was trying my best to keep the noise down. I apologize.
No. Great.
But thank you very much for this
We just moved the item, and I apologize. I should have done that.
I was waiting for
High School Wrestling.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Salinas, President Sovarias, the rest of the board and legal counsel, for this opportunity to recognize some of our athletes. We'll start off with Edinburgh High and their programs, and we'll start with the wrestling from Coach Sines. And assisted with Kimberly Mora. I don't know. Yes, Kim, she's here. Finished with the district championship, second in the boys team, and the girls in fourth place. The Bobcats wrestling team qualified. They programmed best 11 boys and 6 girls in the regional wrestling meet. Individual district champions were boys at 120, Brian Duron. At 285, Elisandro Escobedo. I will not say the classification on the girls, but Cassandra Medrano and Kenya Islas also qualified there. At the regional meet, Cassandra Moreno earned the regional champion medal, while Kenya Islas finished in fourth place. These two young ladies advanced in place at state meet as Cassandra finished in fourth place and Kenya finished in sixth place. So again, congratulations, and they're pretty young in the class, so there'll be expectations for next year. Okay? Let me add the next program now. Our next program from Edinburgh High is our swim program. You want just them? Okay, no problem. Well, I just want to, I think we can fit them all in. So if y'all just want to scoot a little bit so I can get the whole Edinburgh High programs together and get them all in. Our next program is swim under Coach Garza and Ms. Roulette Rivera. Qualified 18 student athletes into the 6A Region 8 swim meet in Laredo, Texas, where their competitive sportsmanship and honor was exemplified. Some of the accolades include the 50-meter freestyle district champion, Warren Villarreal. If you raise your hand, Warren, so we can recognize you. The 100-meter freestyle district champion, also Warren, won both events. The 200-meter freestyle relay district champions broke the 2007 school record. Elijah Edler, Diego Arispe Gonzalez, Brian Salinas, Warren Villarreal. If y'all can raise your hands to be recognized. Also in the 400-meter freestyle relay, broke the 2018 school record, Joshua Martinez, Elijah Elder, Brian Salinas, and Warren Villarreal. Warren, again. Keep your hand up, Warren. Warren Villarreal committed to swim collegiately at Maryville University in Missouri. So again, congratulations. Sorry to let him go, but we moved on to bigger, better things. Our next program is girls basketball. And I will say this, in basketball as a whole for the district, all 8 of our varsity teams were in the playoffs this year. It's been a while, so I want to congratulate all our basketball programs. We'll start off with our girls. They captured their 7th district championship in 11 seasons under Coach Salinas and Coach Olvera. They completed the season district champion, by-district champions, and area finalists, an overall record of 30 wins, 8 losses. The Lady Bobcats were led by Kimora Fagan. She'll be back next year. Most of them will be back. 31 MVP, 31-6 MVP, 31-6A offensive MVP, Emily Carranco, Jr., 31-6A defensive MVP, Lucero Jimenez, 31-6A first team all-district, Madison Martinez. And this traditional girls basketball program is only graduating 3 seniors this spring and are preparing for another championship season next school year. The expectation is there each and every year. Coach Salinas and his staff do a tremendous job. Now our boys program. Coach Cuellar. Would like to say in our boys program, there were tri-district champions with on one of their sister schools in La Jolla. Running Bobcats finished the season 25 wins, 11 losses, while sharing in, the 31-6A district championship and by district finalists. Edinburgh High returned 6 players from the varsity team that graduated 8 seniors, 4 of which received all district honors. The running Bobcats are led by Coach D. Cuellar, assisted by Joey Garcia and Steven Guerrero. Great season for all the programs at Edinburgh High. The future is very bright. They still have a lot of youth coming back in all 3 programs. Congratulations. I would honestly like to thank the parents, especially for those swim kids that are out there in the freezing cold. We try to keep that pool warm for you. But again, thank you for all the time and effort that it takes for these kids to succeed at the highest level. Thank you, parents.
Good job, man.
Yeah, just stand right here in the bottom. We'll kind of help you all out. Take the pictures of this. Okay? Okay, our next school today is Edinburgh North High School. What we're presenting first is also co-champions in basketball varsity this year. Coach Ramos, Coach Cobos, and the sub-varsity coach Michel De Leon, Enrique Leal, René Palacios, and Red Garza. 31-6A district champions, 31-6A by-district champions, and area finalists. The awards: Josea Cruz, 31-6A Newcomer of the Year; Christian Faz, 31-6A First Team All-District; George Santamaria and Joseph Cruz, 31-6A Second Team All-District; George Santamaria, 31-6A First Team All-Defense; Eddie Gonzalez, 31-6A All-District Defensive Player of the Year; Esmar Alanis, Jose Rodriguez, and Darian Garza, 31-6A Honorable Mention. That is our basketball program. Congratulations, Coach Ramos, the first year at North. Our next group, also from North, is our wrestling program, headed by Coach Rene Garcia, Assistant Laura McCallum, and Julio Vasquez. This is the 9th wrestling season for the school. Won the district team trophy for the 5th year in a row. Won the 15-6A district team duels tournaments. Girls took first place at the following tournaments: City, the Thanksgiving Throwdown, the City of Edinburgh All Valley Classic, the 10th annual La Grulla Gator Row. Had all 12 girls and 7 boys qualified for the regional wrestling tournament. Victoria Castillo and Andre Watts qualified for the state wrestling tournament. Coach Garcia, excellent season, excellent program year after year. Congratulations. Parents, if y'all want to come up here, take some photographs.
Here we go. Looking at mom, everybody, take your mom and dad and go first. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Again, ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Mom and dad in the back, you're welcome to come to the front. Last one for them. Ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Got it, got it, got it. My turn. Nobody move.
Again, parents, thank you for all the time and effort.
Here we go. Looking at me right here. Ready? And 1, 2, 3, smile, smile, smile.
One more parent. Yeah, one more parent, couple more parents still. Go ahead, Mom.
They'll watch.
Thank you, everybody. Right.
Good. Thank you, Coach. Congratulations.
Hey, Coach, how are you? Good job, bro. Good job.
Thank you, Coach Gonzalez.
Good job, sir.
Good job, sir.
Okay, our next program, Icaramedes High School. We're going to start off with our wrestling coach, Coach Lozano. Our wrestling program, excellent job. We have Captain Marla Jimenez, district champion, regional champion, state qualifier. Marla, you're here. Can you raise your hand to be recognized? Congratulations, Marla. Ms. Cuellar, again, I'm not going to say the girls' weight classes. Ms. Cuellar, regional qualifier. Elasami Salinas, raise your hand, please. District champion, regional qualifier. Ms. Diaz, also regional qualifier. Evelyn Munoz, also regional qualifier. And Diana Yarena, also regional qualifier. Congratulations on the girls. Now the boys. We have Maddox Quiñones, district regional silver medalist and state qualifier. Captain Julian Del Angel, district champion, regional qualifier. Captain Pedro Olivares, regional qualifier. Gilbert Avila, district silver medalist, regional qualifier. Ilian Escobar, regional qualifier, and Isaiah Estrada, regional qualifier. Congratulations to the boys program. Now we can bring our swim team. Coach Peña. This is our diving and swimming, headed by Coach Peña.
seen. Let's see.
Coach Peña's swimming and diving program. We're going to start off with our diving category. Ruby Matamoros, third place, medal district. Cristina Gonzalez, fourth place in district. Jose Matamoros, fifth place, 12th at regionals. In the relays, they qualified for 3 relays. Our girls did in the 200-yard medley, the 200-yard freestyle, and the 400-yard freestyle. Those individuals are Stephanie Galvan, Haley Sierra, Ruby Matamoros, Cristina Gonzalez, Mia Papadilla, Navana Castillo, Janitza Arambula, and Arlette Perales. Sorry if I butchered some of your names. I apologize. And the men's relays, also qualifying in the 200 medley, the 200 freestyle, and the 400 freestyle, Roel Rodriguez, George Garcia, Jesus Rios, Brian Cortez, Claudio Garcia, Diabez Sierra, and Jose Matamoros. So again, excellent program, a lot of youth, a lot of young faces, so expectations are high again for next year. And I apologize for the cold pool. Parents?
We've got one item that I'm going to bring back, and that is 4C, because there are some people still driving over here, and I want to make sure that they're all here when they're recognized. So we're going to go ahead and do the superintendent's report A, and we're going to start off with that, and we'll see if the individuals that are supposed to be here are here so we could acknowledge them. Okay? Very good. So we'll go ahead and do superintendent's report A, presentation by Frontier Direct Care.
Good evening, Mr. Good evening, Mr. President Farias, distinguished Board of Trustees, Superintendent of Schools Dr. Mario Salinas, Dustin Garza, Insurance Manager for the Insurance Risk Management Department. I have here this evening to present a presentation to you about an option to look at direct primary care as it relates to obviously rising healthcare costs and medication costs as we face today. They presented their presentation at the Insurance Board Committee prior to spring break, and the recommendation from the Insurance Committee was to bring it to the full board for their presentation, and that's what we'll be doing here tonight. So I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Joe so he can go ahead and get started.
Good evening. My name is Joe Wilson. I'm the Chief Growth Officer of Frontier Direct Care, and I wanted to thank you all for having us this evening to discuss this with you, and especially Dustin for leaning in and looking at what would be really a great opportunity to reinvest money that is being spent on healthcare currently back into the school system, back into teachers' pockets, back into resources for your kids. What I love about what I just witnessed is you all love to celebrate people. Sorry. I don't think there's a more important work that we can do as a community than to invest in our youth. We've been spending 20 years of my career working with youth and outreach ministries. And as I saw the opportunity to come into healthcare, I saw what we could do to impact the teachers' lives. And so I want to share that with you tonight. And I loved your story, Mrs. Vela, about the rattlesnakes. And I think that having a guide in our life, a mentor and a teacher that can tell us where the rattlesnakes are so we don't step on them is invaluable. And I think it's the same way in healthcare, that if we don't know where the rattlesnakes are, we step on a hot mess. and it affects our entire lives. And so we're glad to come here as advocates for sound health care that provides better outcomes, more access with lower costs. And so I want to tell you about that tonight. And first and foremost, I've spent the last couple of years working with a couple of think tanks on a national level around healthcare resources and point solutions. Those are the Health Rosetta and the Free Market Medical Association. And so anything that you all want to review tonight, glad to put you in contact with our think tank and provide those resources, as well as local resources that are using Frontier today to impact their employee benefit plans. As we go into the first slide, click this. How many of you are familiar with Frontier or with direct primary care at all as a model of delivering health care? Nobody? Okay. That's okay. It's pretty new. It's not been something that started in the last couple of years. It's been around since probably the early 2000s, about 2004. Basically, doctors became upset and felt morally conflicted with the incentives that they were being pushed on them to treat patients and measured that against RVUs. And so those relative value units that they would use to look at this and say, hey, I have to prescribe you more and make you come back for a second and third and fourth visit so that we can generate revenue for the healthcare system, makes us stay in a sick care model. It's really reactive. On top of that, you understand, and you all know this firsthand, that the access to that is difficult. And so oftentimes folks find themselves walking into an ER to get something like a sinus infection treated, and they end up getting the snot charged out of them. And we don't want that to happen to your employees. When we look at direct primary care, it's very simple. It's a low-cost monthly subscription to your primary care physician. There's no wait times, there's no insurance hassles, there's no hidden cost. I don't know what other industries you guys do business with. I'm sure you do with legal and everything else, but when you have a 1 o'clock appointment with your attorney, what time does that start? 1 o'clock. But too often we walk into a healthcare model where we choose a 1 o'clock appointment and we don't see the doctor till 2. And then on top of that, we only get 5 minutes with them and we're spent seeing other people that aren't even there to deliver our care, but more so just process us through the system and do our billing and charting and coding. And we felt like that was the wrong way to do it. And there's a lot of inefficiencies in that inflate cost really, really wildly. And so that same day, next day appointments gets proactive care. It creates a proactive system in which they actually get healthier. Those are unlimited visits, in person, virtual, telemedicine as well. There's no copays when they come. Their membership includes the visit. And anything we do in that visit is at a menu-based, clear, transparent price. So they know exactly what's going to be charged. How many of you all have gone into the grocery store and went and got milk, there was no price listed on it, and then you went back up to the counter and they charged you whatever they wanted? And that's what we do in the healthcare system today. And we felt like that was the wrong way to do it as well. So educating our members about their options and really providing a sound place for them to engage healthcare is what we prioritize first and foremost. Part of that is bringing healthcare to your neighborhood. We do that through intentionally designed clinics to be relational. Obviously, when I go in and talk to my doctor about lab tests, I don't want to sit on an exam table where I know that there's been people having procedures done. I just can sit across from them as a desk and talk like a human about my healthcare goals. It creates a much more conversational environment. On top of that, we use your census data to put these not just simply on site or near the school, but really in the neighborhood of where your census population is ideally located, creating really a doctor in the neighborhood, the way it really used to be and the way it should still be now. But don't take it just from us. These are from our members. Our Google reviews are 5-star across all locations in the Valley, as well as an 86 NPS score. So our Net Promoter Score is twice that of any other traditional primary care and almost 4 times that of traditional health care. People like to use direct primary care to take care of their primary care and special needs when their health care gets more complicated as well. When I talk about clear, transparent pricing, here it is. This isn't a deal that just some enterprise account gets, but every member gets these deals. These are under the Medicaid and Medicare rates that you would commonly see, and oftentimes 90% cheaper than a PPO discount that would be applied to a healthcare plan. And so you can imagine what that looks like when you multiply that times the number of employees and lives that you serve in your school district. When we take that to a practical level, I know many of you have had surprise bills. I don't think anybody who's experienced healthcare has not received that bill from Atlanta that is charging you for a lab you didn't know you got, and you're wondering why they're charging you and how you even pay them. and it becomes very confusing. This right here is a side-by-side comparison of one of our own employees. They went to a local lab provider, got their panel labs done. This was a monthly bill for them, so they got a lab panel every month. The bill charges were $1,300. The PPO discount brought that down to $690. The actual cost of those labs, and we use the same lab that was used on this thing, this is our direct contract with them that's available to you to use, was $91. On top of that, they prescribed a lab that wasn't necessary, so we went ahead and added in there just for that, but it really would have been about $76. That's a $600 savings for that employee out of pocket because they hadn't reached their deductible yet. The challenge here is that that $600, if that was taken out of their pocket, they couldn't afford to eat healthy, and they would die from the obesity of debt. And so when we talk about making proactive changes in our healthcare solutions, we have to continue to give the resources back to the people so that they can use that to put in healthy lifestyles and really help mitigate chronic diseases and catastrophic events further on down the plan. Any questions so far? No. The next example is I want to talk to you about a traditional healthcare system. We look at coverage and we look at care. We often buy coverage before we ever actually think about buying care. And it's completely inverse to what we would do in anything else. You all don't build a school without first putting in sewers and water supply and electricity and internet. The infrastructure matters, right? It protects us. It tells us where to go. Schools without rooms would lead to chaos. Schools without halls would lead to just kids going everywhere, and it would be hard to maintain an educational program that created these kind of results that you all celebrated tonight. And the same thing happens in healthcare. We provide coverage from the storm clouds and the rain, but it's like living in a pole barn. And you all have been to the beach and you've rented out the cabanas and the birds come flying through and they're stealing the cake and the kids are going every which way and you've lost half your family before you know it. And you really wouldn't want to live there because it doesn't protect you from the wind or the cold or any of those things. It just keeps you from getting rained on and sunburned. And that's what coverage does. It provides that financial vehicle for that, but then people are left not knowing where to go, and they treat that insurance card like it's an Amex Black, right? Like they can just go charge anything to it, not knowing the consequences on their life or on the school finances. And so an educated system really looks a whole lot more like a house, and we build this just this way. And so 80% of their lifetime care needs can happen in our direct primary care clinics. And so they can come in, get simple things done, women's wellness visits, you can do your men's health, pediatrics, you name it, small procedures, laceration repairs, sprained ankles, those kind of things, easy to treat, sinus infections, colds, as well as advocacy. And so having somebody to walk alongside you after you've been diagnosed with cancer in our primary care space that can help you get more affordable labs, can help read those things with you and put those in layman's terms. That doctor-patient relationship is the foundational piece of direct primary care. It's the foundational piece of good, sound, quality health care, and it's what Frontier Direct Care was built on. Because of that relationship, they now know where to go. I'll give you an example. We went and worked with a large employer. They had about 600 employees. We asked every one of them if they had their doctor's cell phone number in their pocket, and if they called them, they would answer. Or if they even knew where to go should they need health care. Less than 0.5% could raise their hand, and those people had the doctor in the family. When your members sign up with Frontier Direct Care, they all get their provider's personal cell phone, so they can contact them anytime. Text, voicemail, video chat, whatever, so that they can get the care they need. For some of us, we've known healthcare to be that way, but for many of our employees, that's not the way they experience it. They feel isolated, uneducated, and uninformed, and don't really know where to go. So through this, we're able to guide them through a system. If they needed specialty care or ancillary services, we can use our Frontier Health Access Network, where we contract with local companies to deliver that health care. They do it more effectively, more efficiently, and for a fraction of the cost. On top of that, it keeps tax revenue in the county, in our city, and bolsters our local taxpayers and voters who help make this city, Edinburgh, really a pinnacle of the Rio Grande Valley. And so I want to encourage you to think about an intentional plan design as you do that inside of your current healthcare system. When we can't serve that in our clinic or our Frontier Health Access Network doesn't have that specialty service that they might need, let's say they have to go to MD Anderson or the Mayo Clinic or something like that, then they can lean on that PPO network. And then if they have things that they need in that, we can advocate for them alongside that as well. On top of that, that data is delivered monthly. We love accountability. I love the fact that you all do scorecards on everything you do in a school. It matters. Progress matters, right? But too often, all we see in healthcare is, you spent this much. Yes, that's what it is. We want to look at these KPIs together, get utilization, look at each department, look at each campus, and see where we can re-bolster and galvanize the utilization so that people understand the opportunity that there is for them to get better care at half the price than what they were getting before. When we look further at that, we come upon our experience here in the Valley. So we've been around here since about 2018. We were founded here in the Rio Grande Valley, and all of our employees live and work here, and we're excited to be from the Valley. I often heard Bishop Flores from the Diocese of Brownsville, we were working with him on some things in ministry, and he said, out of Nazareth. Too often people in Texas believe the Rio Grande Valley is left behind, but I believe the things that come out of the Rio Grande Valley are the things that are going to change the world. It's an out of Nazareth moment. What good can come from here? And I know that we have the talent in our students, in our community, to change the world. And if we take this community-owned health plan and direct primary care into each of our schools, the amount of savings would be significant, enough that we could put on new campuses. We could put on new programs. We can bolster employee retirement funds. We can give back to our community in new strategic ways. And just to give you an example of how effective we are in that, this is just in our first couple of months here, 44% of their population that enrolled in this program used it. They got 47% more health care than they did the year before. And each one of those healthcare engagements cost them 11% less net. So you can imagine what 11% net does to a $44 million healthcare spend. Pretty significant. The pricing's simple. It really comes into this, and this is the deal that everybody gets. We believe in transparent pricing. There's no favors here. It's just straightforward. We're going to do a dang good job of making sure your people get the care they need and that we make the most out of your healthcare dollar. And so we keep that really approachable for them. When we talk about this, it is a strategic investment. So in those first couple of months, as you get through population health, as you experience lagging claims and things that are coming in after years and years of doing healthcare the old way, we begin to clean that up. We begin to engage them, to build that relationship and to get them healthy. We looked at your claims data over the last several years and developed an average there on what was going on across varying reports, and we saw that you guys were averaging about $39 million in claims a year, plus then, of course, your fixed cost. When we looked at that and we take into effect and mitigate those claims for direct primary care and what we can reprice on those, we get to about a 45% utilization is what we need in order for you to get an ROI on this investment. We exceed that in the first 3 months on our larger employer groups through the enrollment process, through educating, and through outreach and marketing campaigns, as well as on-site delivery and things like health fairs and that. On top of that, once you start getting to a 60, 70, 80%, you can see really quickly the monthly spend becomes quite a significant savings. You watch that look there and that initial investment, by about mid-year, you'll see an ROI really develop. And then when you take that savings out and you look at a $39 million spend and it turns into a $36 million spend, you're saving a significant portion of funds for your education system here. But now let's think about, let's look over a 5-year strategy. That if we're getting folks healthy, let's leverage that. Let's double down on it. Let's make sure that we're continuing to grow this and innovate. So we meet weekly and monthly with your team leadership to make sure and address any healthcare needs, whether those are, Department of Transportation physicals, new employee onboarding things that we can do, health fairs for students, anything that we can do to partner with you to make sure they know how to access Frontier and how to use their healthcare benefits wisely. Through that, we see a projected net savings of $4.5 million in just the first year. When we look at that and we think through the adoption rate, that's where we get that initial investment. But in those subsequent years, that begins to incline. As you watch premiums increase, I don't know when the last time anybody here's had a healthcare premium reduction. Doesn't happen very often, right? We often get this 10% just year over year. Here we go again, and we leverage it, and we raise deductibles and lower coverage. And then benefits get worse for our employees. We ask them to contribute more, and we can stop that through this. When you take that and you factor in the inflating cost of healthcare with a controlled cost of a direct primary care plan, that exponential savings creeps over the $45 million mark at year 5. Together with your leadership and organization and our team, we're excited to be able to offer this to you guys and partner with you in delivering the best value-driven healthcare in America right here to your teachers at Edinburgh. Questions?
Excuse me. Yes, I do have a couple of questions. In the last presentation that was given to us with the insurance committee meeting, it showed the clinics that that you would be investing in. Now, I just want to, for clarification purposes, in a school of our size, we have 5,000 employees, but we have more members than employees. So my basic question is, I think the number was 3 clinics that you were looking at investing in, putting in key spaces or places here according to the population and the need. Is that still the same?
Yes, sir. So we cap our doctors at 800 lives per panel. And we usually on average have 3 providers in each clinic, sometimes up to 6, depending on the clinic location and floor plan size that we can make efficient in that. And we look at your employee census to figure out where your population is centered at and put those closest to their neighborhood. Because although they work here and can go here, it's that in-between home and those spaces when they need it most. And so that's something we do, and through that population, that guides how many providers we have and need and how many clinics we need to create efficiency. There's no wait times and none of that hassle.
So in an essence, these clinics, will they be servicing other individuals besides our district?
By and large, your district would definitely own or would I guess take up the vast majority of that clinic location, being on those doctor panels. But obviously, yes, they would have the opportunity for other members, their family members, all those kind of things, neighbors, if they say, hey, why don't you try this thing out for neighbor, they can sign up for that too as a retail patient and use that clinic just the same.
So basically 3 clinics with 6 doctors in each thing, so it'd be, what, 18 doctors?
Yep.
Right? And this is just for, I guess, doctor visits, not having to do with anything, major, but a sprained ankle, a burn, something that's not emergency.
Absolutely. About 80 to 90% of your lifetime healthcare needs happen right there in a primary care setting.
And the investment would be $70 per member per month, correct?
Yeah, when you actually do the math, it gets a little less than that because the kids have a discount, and that family population that you all have will drive that down. I think it averaged out to a little over $63 a month on average when I did the math.
So Dustin, correct me if I'm wrong, our population is what, as far as members, 6,800?
Close to 7,000.
Or 75?
With dependents and employees on the health plan, currently we have just about 7,200.
So you'd get the 7,200, multiply it by 63 to come out with the amount?
We figure if we were to do this and mirror the coverage that our employees currently have with Blue Cross, which it just in total transparency, this is nothing to replace Blue Cross Blue Shield, right? That's completely different. But if we take the same coverage and we mirror the employees that currently have, whether they have employee only, employee spouse, employee children, or family, if we mirror that, which that's what we would like to do, it would cost this district current population about $5.2 million a year.
So the outlay would be 5.2, but the savings would be 4.5?
Depending on the usage. So that's
at 86%.
Yes. So
at our current status.
Correct. And so we look at numbers based off what the return of investment ROI would be, or us to break even, right? And the break even point for us is about 45% roughly of usage. That's where we break even on the 5.2 million. Anything above 45% usage from our employees or dependents, we're starting to save money.
Well, on the second, on the one after this one, there you go. On that one right there, it shows a saving of 4.5 at 84% usage.
Correct. Yeah, if we can get to 84%, then obviously we would be saving the 4.5. But what I'm saying, the break-even point is about the 45%. You see that? If we get 45% usage, we break even what we have to spend to get the memberships, basically. Anything above that, we start saving money for what we've put out to buy.
So that would be year 2.
Well, it could possibly be, or even be year 1. I mean, you have, like the entity he showed,
Yeah.
in 4 months, they've already met the 45% threshold. So let's say in month 8 or 9, we're at 65, 70%. We're already saving money from the initial investment. So it's all based off education, strategy, and getting to these employees' independence, giving them another avenue to seek direct primary care.
And if the savings is at 4.5 on second year, how does it equate to 45 million after 5 years?
As you watch your healthcare population and the premiums and stuff increase as you continue to go with just an uncontrolled healthcare spend, then those rise. But when we come in, we're able to fix those costs. So now, next year, those contracts aren't going up 10% on labs and imaging. They're staying fixed on our contracted prices, so that inflation compounds the savings as you go exponentially year over year.
So realistically, at 84% usage at 4.5 on second year, savings will equate to 45 million in 5 years?
Yes, sir. Based on your current claim insurance.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the outlay, like you said, it was be 5.2 the first year.
Roughly.
And really the first year, we won't see any savings. It'll be paid back?
No, you could see savings. If you look at these graphs here, you would see around month 4, you see a break-even period. If we have 45% utilization, that means if our employees and dependents that we currently pay for memberships, if 45% of the 7,200 utilize this, and their primary care doctors, to eliminate them going to the other primary care and paying for expensive labs and paying for, not only that, but you're saving employees from paying copays. It's another spend that they're not really calculating in their savings, because that's the employee share, right? And so in month 4, if we have 45% utilization, we break even on the 5.2 million that we would spend and invest in. Anything above 45%, so let's say in month 5 of the initial contract, we're at 52%. Well, now we're saving 7% of that 5.2 that we currently have spent to invest in, and it's now coming back to us because we're saving it. Whether it's what we're paying for us as the plan, or the employee spend.
And it's fair to say that they would have to change doctors.
That's correct.
So every individual that has a doctor right now would have to, or are you guys going to be hiring the same doctors?
So we believe in choice. Like, it's a free market, right? That's a big deal. That will drive a more transparent price. You're seeing that develop in the healthcare system. So obviously they have access to their Blue Cross network and continue to see that provider. But we often find that when they actually look at it and they go, man, I've been riding around in a taxi cab my whole life, and I'd probably like to try this Uber thing out. That's what happens. They go, this is way more effective. I know how I'm going to get there, who's going to take me there, and how much it's going to cost, and how long it's going to take. Versus, hey, hope you can see me, and I walk into the hospital, and it goes away for me. So that's what we want to create, is that education. Give them the power of education, let them make the choice, and they choose this in a massive way. Usually in the first year, like 8 to 2, so about 80% of them take this program.
Okay, and the thing is that can we even do this considering the contract we already have with Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Correct. It's separate and apart. So we're not taking away the access to Blue Cross Blue Shield. Now, this is just the beginning stages. Obviously, we would have to build the plan design how we see fit. In other words, we have a current MOU with DHR just for labs, right? And our district takes on basic lab panels. We pay 100%, and we've done that for many years. This district did that back in 2016 and 17 because we wanted to encourage employees to stay healthy and get labs done to obviously do their wellnesses every year, right? And so we thought that was an initiative for us to go ahead and spend that money. Well, you saw a perfect example from a lab that I'm sure our employees utilize, and the cost that goes associated with that lab that our group is paying for. If they were, let's say, if they were to use those same labs at an entity that we have an MOU with, our plan is spending that money versus our plan spending the $90. So you're going to see both sides of savings from the employer as we pay, because we have MOUs and direct contracting and stuff already in place for our employees, and from the employees paying out of pocket. Not only that, but those co-pays go away. So every time they go see a doctor, they pay $30 to walk in the door to see a primary care doctor, right? And so right now, currently, I'll give you another example. If you have an employee with 3 children right? And say one of them gets strep throat. Well, that parent's probably going to take the other 2 kids and themselves to go get tested for strep throat, right? Right now, if you were to walk in a primary care physician, you're going to have 3 different appointments to see those 2 kids and that employee because they have to bill the insurance separately, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in this aspect, that doctor's going to be able to see at one time those 2 kids, that employee, nothing out of pocket, get tested for strep throat and walk out at the same time. That's a big difference because right now that family our plan would be billed 3 separate times, and that employee would have to pay $90 for 3 copays. That's a little difference. That's just an example. So we would still have to build the plan design how we see fit, what we want to include and not include, right, based on what we currently have, MOUs and stuff that we have in place already for our employees. To better save them already, this is just another avenue.
Another thing we often don't factor into this, just because we don't understand your absentee policies and plus around teachers. When we get into some of the we've done several private schools and things like that, and that was their biggest win. They're like, oh my gosh, to have a dedicated physician that we can have a telemedicine visit within our planning period or during our break between classes, just real quick, that mitigated them having to hire a sub to cover that teacher for a 4-hour window to go to a 5-minute appointment, right? And that was something that when you take that impact across your shoulders, I'm sure the substitute spend is pretty heavy. And that'll help mitigate some of that as well. So the things that are even harder to measure, the things that aren't happening on the health plan. So by and large, we mitigate ER utilization. The Society of Actuary puts us at like 53%. We're exceeding that 68% right now across most of our clients. Primary care utilization is down some months up to 80% in large municipality clients like the city of McAllen. And so those are some pretty powerful things to watch where they were having 1,500 visits in United Healthcare before, and now they've got 400 a month going.
Mr. O'Hanlon?
I've got a couple of questions. One is that this chart that's up, is that priced on the 88%, which is just the clinic stuff, or the clinic stuff plus the what isn't handled in the clinic?
You're asking, I'm just clarifying, you're asking does this include, if you all covered the charges for things like lab tests and things inside the clinic, is that factoring in that ancillary spend?
Yes.
That is not factoring in that ancillary spend right now. That would be in addition to anything you did in your health plan anyways.
All right. So this is only for the primary visits. And what we've done is essentially back tested the primary visits against what we've already done. Is that fair? Okay. How does this roll out? In other words, if we were to look at this, how would you do this? You said that the employees can do Blue Cross. Is it just a choice?
It's basically a choice, right? We're giving them another option to not only receive primary care, but what this does is it gives them another option to receive some of the same care by avoiding wait times, by avoiding copays, and receiving primary care.
Not what I'm asking. Okay. What I'm asking is it all? If you're in, are you all in?
No, you have a choice. You have Blue Cross and you have this.
How do you do that?
So I can answer some of that. So what you can do is essentially what probably most people aren't versed in is carve-outs. And so we look at these plans, Blue Cross is just doing business the way they're doing. Claims come to them, that goes there. If they don't see the claim to them, all they do is report back, hey, this is all the claims we had. And so that carve-out experience is what you're offering for your members to do. On top of that, you can design and incentivize them to do so by saying, hey, if you go to primary care through Frontier, then you can have that at $0 to you and your family, and anything that happens in there either we'll cover at a small copay or we'll do 100% covered by your employer. So lab tests, things like that. But what we do is we put a dedicated account representative that is the point person and the liaison for the school. And that person works with our company to make sure that when we do enrollments or we do patient education, they're lining up marketing campaigns, they're doing on-site enrollments, bring the doctor in the house, coordinating health fairs with you, and supporting your health plan and managing that health plan every single day, every single month, year over year.
But let me restate my question. Let's assume I have an employee that enrolls in this program and we're paying $70 a month, right? But they all go to Blue Cross.
Well, then we're paying for a membership fee that they're not utilizing.
well, how do we stop that if they can have their choice? That ends up costing us more than it does. So that's what I'm trying to figure out how this rolls out.
That's why, Mr. O'Hanlon, that utilization is key. Because if you don't get members to utilize it, then you're investing something that's not being utilized. In turn, you won't see the savings because they're not utilizing the savings plan.
Why wouldn't this be offered as an alternative plan rather than a choice on a per service basis?
Because the idea of this is not to offer an additional health plan because it's just primary care. The idea is not for the employees to expend this, it's for the district to pay for this initiative to in turn save the district money and the employees' money. Because essentially we're trying to create the conversation or eliminate the conversation that if we continue with this trend in healthcare, we're going to have to have a conversation with two options. One, looking at rates. Two, looking at plan design. Right? And so when you start having those two conversations, that's when you have to look at plan design to eliminate benefits because our plan is rich. Or two, we have to look at premiums because healthcare costs continues to trend. And that was one of the concerns and questions that Mr. Farias had last semester about our health fund. We had a bad year last year. We've lost some money in the health fund. So we're trying to think of ways to eliminate costs by still giving the same kind of care that our employees are wanting, right? And so this is not the only option, but this is an option that we wanted to present to the board and the insurance committee that there's things out there, but we've got to be willing to take some risk to be able to save money. This has been happening all over the country for many years. This is not something that's brand new that just happened. I mean, we've been talking about this stuff since I was here last time in 17 or 18 with previous consultants. This is a conversation we've had many times.
Why wouldn't you just sign the employee up for this as a primary care and they wouldn't be eligible for Blue Cross? If they did it, and then they could get 6 months notice or 3 months notice or something, they can pay it and they could go back.
Because you still need the Blue Cross and stuff for hospitalization, specialist visits that they don't cover.
No, you don't.
You would need, you need to lean on, you need to have an insurance plan that did something like reference-based pricing, or you'd have to have a network.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield is definitely not reference-based pricing. You don't have to have Blue Cross Blue Shield to do this.
You have to have another alternative health plan to cover outside primary care.
Well, what I'm saying is that my concern is that employees walking back and forth between the two, you're spending money on the hopes that they'll make a selection rather than making them make the selection up front and give them the opportunity to switch over if they want. I'm not saying that they couldn't change their mind if they were unhappy after 3 months or something like that, wanted to do that, we could do that. But it seems to me, if I'm prepaying $70 a month, but for a slot, for a series of slots in that doctor's office, and I'm not filling it, I'm not doing what I can to make those slots available, then I'm taking a risk in terms of the structure of that the employees will choose a specific way, and we could transfer that risk to the front end. And say, okay, here's the plan, all this other kind of stuff, sign up for it. If you want to do that, if you want to go traditional, you do that. And like I said, we build some kind of crossover into it to where you could kind of bail. If you were unhappy with going to these clinics because you didn't like the service, you want to go back to your regular doctor, something like that, we get a notice deal, and then and they can opt out. Similarly, they can opt in, but if they're in this, we're not going to pay a bill for primary care through the other deal. Doesn't that reduce our risk?
Yeah, so I would put it this way. There are several of our accounts that they just simply said, hey, this is it, and the shared incentive we had was when you're investing $5 million and we're taking that investment, we're going to work alongside you, and you're incentivized to go after and educate your folks and incentivize them to use this plan because it matters. And just the same, we are too. If we don't do a good job, we don't achieve these KPIs that we set out in front of you, you can fire us.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm suggesting to you is that, and I don't think we could go strictly into this, okay, without getting some But if we offered a separate alternative, and then say you can sign up with it, we used to have gold, all the different levels.
The idea for this, Mr. O'Hanlon, is not to take away what the employees have with Blue Cross, because...
Well, you wouldn't. Yeah, if you gave them the option, that we're not taking anything away from them. You're giving them an additional choice, but they have to stick with it for a period, whatever that is, 60 days, 90 days,
Right.
6 months, a year, whatever that we end up making that determination to be.
Yeah.
But, so they have to make an election to do that. That seems to substantially reduce the risk. Now, have we priced this against our actual data in terms of that? Because in terms of making assumptions for the other 12% that you say are 88% of primary care, there's another 12% that y'all don't do because they bumped up the road a little bit in terms of complexity or specialization. Then we need to figure that into this, into how we would handle this. But to me, if you're just doing this, it's a clinic. We're it's a free clinic. Back when I was in college and stuff, you knew, free clinic. And it makes some sense, but exposing us to the whim, if you do, of the individual employee seems to be an unnecessary risk. Inform them, let them make an informed choice, and do that. And then presumably, if we build a better mousetrap, then the word of mouth is going to work. And if the election period isn't too long, then people pick up. But it seems to me to be a bit of a risk to do it as a standalone, and because we're just out for $70. If everybody signs up for this, or if we do this for everybody signs up for it, and everybody sticks with Blue Cross, we just lost a bunch of money.
So sorry, but to enter, like the intentional plan design that you put forward to your employees, oftentimes we do see a side-by-side. So it's like, hey, if you want to take this and engage healthcare that way, by going to Frontier Direct Care, if they do refer you even into the Blue Cross network for specialty care, should you need that, then that copay would be waived, so they would be incentivized to come through and get that first opinion or that second opinion through Frontier before they went and got things like elective surgeries and all those kind of things. And they can choose that plan. And then for those employees who just aren't ready to make that switch or really feel, dedicated in their relationship to their current provider, they can keep their traditional plan that you all currently offer and do that as well. And so that really helps the employee go, yeah, I'm going to make a decision to do free care this way and take that for me and my family and engage this. I still have access to Blue Cross. I just have to go through Frontier, and once the doctor sees me there and says, hey, I'm going to refer you to this, specialist down the road, and you're going to use your insurance in that space, we can do that. On top of that, when we look at your health plan and we realize that they're using a whole bunch of this certain Blue Cross provider or this certain Blue Cross specialty, we can go in direct contract through the data that leads us to go direct contract with that provider to get you a better price.
No, you can't. Okay, that you can, but we run into a Blue Cross problem if we do that.
Yeah, that kind of model would go into almost like an HIP, meaning you have to go through primary care to get referrals to go. That's not what we want.
We're not going to be able to do that.
No, so there's discussions we can have, Mr. O'Hanlon. I think the idea was to present, through the insurance committee, an option. Like I said, this is just the beginning. If this is something the board wants to entertain, we can definitely keep having discussions about it, and start building a plan design and how we would want to fit into what we want to do. But at the end of the day, the idea is to present healthcare to our employees and their dependents and in turn save money. That's the idea, because we need to start thinking about that stuff. If not, we're going to be right here having to make plan design changes and rate changes, which that's not what we want to do.
When you did the 88%, the calculation that was on one of these slides.
This is based off our data.
That's what I was going to ask.
Correct, Mr. House.
So this
They have our data.
88% of the services that have been provided, let me see if I can get the statement correct, during whatever the test period is, a year, back test, or 2 years, or whatever you use. would be capable, let's see if I can say this right, of being executed in one of the clinics. Is that what I'm saying?
Here's how you look at this. You can go through a number of ways. So we take, and I'm going to explain some math here, so stick with me. We take your aggregate stop-loss report. That's a very basic, like what you spend on healthcare this year. And we take that year over year, month over month, and see what your average spends are. On top of that, we can take a sweeping actuarial case study data on the efficacy of direct primary care, plus our own data and our experience with our own personal clients, and we give a variance of where we can hit and impact your claims. Then we also take those claims and we put them into a cost banding situation. So you would take all the claims that were less than $200 and say, hey, we had 300,000 claims less than $200 in our school district. And that's a primary care claim. Those are labs, small things that happen in a primary care setting. Once you start crossing that $2,500 threshold, you get into, emergency room, you get into some of those things that become more difficult. So that's one way to look at them again. So we slice the pie again another way that way. Then we go in and take your claims experience in the utilization and what sectors those claims have come into, so primary care, emergency room, virtual care, all those things, and look at how your population is utilizing your health plan to then give another variance to say, hey, this is what we are going to see in that sector.
Have you done that in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Lots. So we want to stand behind the number wholeheartedly because this is something we want to celebrate alongside you, not something we want to pitch and then walk away and go, we just left them to it, and that's not how we act. That's not what we do. We believe in accountability and transparency, and so we're going to monitor that data with you every single day.
Don't take what I'm saying as a criticism. I'm trying to figure out how it would, if we were going to do this, how we would possibly roll it out, because it's not just us making decisions. We have to make decisions that give our employees some choices on this. And if it's good, it'll sell itself. And if it isn't, it'll wither on the vine, I suppose. But I don't want to spend $70 on an employee while it withers. If we could do it, but. If we're managing this enough, we could take the transition times down. It doesn't have to be annual. So if you made an election one way or the other that you were unhappy with, you could probably, there's some pending claim kind of, that kind of stuff issues, but there are, it seems like we might be able to.
Yeah.
Huh?
That would be an administration burden.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But if you're doing this where you can do what you're proposing, which is you can go to the clinic or you can go to Blue Cross Blue Shield, that's an administrative burden.
Ms.
Yeah, I had a
Ms.
question.
Garcia.
Do you have clients as far as other school districts that are your clients?
Currently, we work with a couple of smaller school districts and smaller private schools, mainly been focusing on the municipality space and working in like City of McAllen and stuff like that. And we're currently in conversations with several school districts to start this program with them. By and large, many communities across the valley are looking for ways to control healthcare costs, and the efficacy of these programs being proven out through the data is making it a no-brainer.
And what about municipalities?
Municipalities, we've got City of McAllen's one you can look at there. I can also put you in touch with like Magic Valley Electric Co-op, is one we work with. We work with some of the migrant shelters, and they have a large turnover, a large population of employees coming through, just uncontrolled health population, and the impact on that population has been crazy. I mean, it's been like 60%.
Did you say migrant healthcare?
So like for the migrant shelters, for the kids undocumented that are coming across the border that they're having to hold, we provide health care for them as well in conjunction with their traditional Blue Cross plan. And so they have the option to use us, and they also have their traditional insurance. So if for some reason they needed that surgery or specialty care, or they had the true emergency, they lean right on that Blue Cross network. But for everything else, they use us. And roughly in that group in the first year, it was about $1.5 million impact on the medical claims that more than covered 20% net savings.
How many migrant kids are on Blue Cross?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just one more. Do you have a client that has over 5,000, 7,000?
This would be our largest today at 5,000. I think our current largest is right around 4 4,000, 3,600 to 4,000.
And you're able to handle them, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
no problems?
Yeah, because of the CAP doctor-patient panel, there's not a workload burden on the doctor, and we have over a dozen that are ready on conditional offers saying, as soon as you have the clinic and the account for me, I'm coming. Because the work-life balance for a doctor is now, instead of seeing 30 appointments a day, they're seeing 8. On top of that, when they're going home at night, they get time with their family. They're not billing and coding and charting to try and bill insurance and put all the labs and everything else in there. So they love this model. And they get to know their patients by name, which just drives that relationship and the healthcare outcomes. Like, it really improves that 100%.
Go ahead, sir.
My question is for Justin. You mentioned earlier, Mr. Garza, during the health fund when we discussed last semester when we were in the red, based off of utilization of this Frontier Health Direct Care Access Health Plan, what is the I don't want to say the time, but what is the amount of claims do you feel that we'll be saving on the amount of claims that we've already paid for the 2021 or 21-22 school year versus the, I guess if this is an option, the 23-24 school year, more or less?
Yeah, that's a moving number, but I figure, based off looking at our data, that we spend a year roughly around $18 million in primary care. So that's a lot of money.
And this one just is 5.2, you mentioned?
Correct. But like I said, the important thing is the utilization. You have to get the utilization or this doesn't work. And so, but like I mentioned at the beginning, this is just a beginner conversation as to what is available for us to do. The plan design, the way we design, like Mr. O'Hanlon stated, there's many ways we can do this. It's the matter of us taking a step to try to prevent rising healthcare costs for our employees, because like I said, we try to do everything we can to avoid those two conversations, because those two conversations are never pretty, right? And so, just like Mr. O'Hanlon stated years ago, we used to have 3 and we went down to 1 for many reasons. And so, it's just a conversation. It doesn't mean that it has to happen tomorrow. It's just a conversation that if the board's willing to entertain this, to continue discussions, we can certainly do that.
I want to share one story, if I might, be quick. We have a provider, and she had practiced medicine for like 15 years here in the Valley. She had a patient that was with her that entire time in a traditional kind of tenant healthcare system using traditional carrier network insurance. That patient was a diabetic, had an A1C that averaged above 10 his entire life, and they couldn't make any headway on it. When she transitioned to work at Frontier and put him he followed her in a different care model, in a matter of 4 months, his A1C came down 40%. He was now at 6. He got off half his meds. You can imagine what it looks like when you're eliminating $1,000 of insulin a month, because they can now be controlled with just diet and exercise and encouragement and health coaching. So on an employee like that, time is of essence. He's that far away from having a diabetic coma and costing your plan millions, but more so leaving his family, having a quality of life conversation that's much more difficult. And that's what we really want to get down to, is we know that the advocacy that we can provide will help improve population health and drive outcomes and save money.
On the scalability of this, what's the other end? What's the small end that you need in order to make this work?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What's the small end? Still thinking about implementation.
Like the least of members, they would take. It's all based on population. It's all based on population. So let's say we have 1,800 employees that would opt into this coverage. Depending on the coverage, whether it's employee spouse, employee children, family, depending on that population, that's how much clinics and staffing they would do. So instead of maybe needing 9 doctors for the current population of 7,200, they may, depending on the population, they may only put 4 doctors in 2 clinics.
So I got that, but at some point, so it could get too small to be where that clinic doesn't make any sense. Although you compare it with others.
Right.
But what I was trying to do is that, just in terms of the rollout, let's assume that we made it available.
A minimum equivalent clinic, basically what you're saying.
What would you need in order to take, how many lives? Just ballpark.
2,400. Sorry, and I didn't introduce my team. We've got Bid Beal, our CEO, Lorraine Keith, our account representative, and she handles all the enrollments and onboardings and works directly with municipalities and school districts as their dedicated account liaison. and then Wayne Lowry, our Chief Business Development Officer, who handles the direct contracting and sales and all of those processes.
Do you have a facility in Hidalgo County?
Yes, we have Cameron, Willacy, and Hidalgo County facilities. We have Raymondville, Weslaco, Harlingen, Brownsville, two in McAllen. We're putting a new one in Farr, likely a new one here in Edinburgh. We'll probably deploy 6 more clinics this year here in the Rio Grande Valley. We're based out of the Valley. We're a Valley business. We believe in keeping our local taxpayer money local. Any further questions?
Any more questions?
Not for me. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're all here, right? Yes. Very good. We're going to go to 4C, and that's a recognition of the staff that assisted with the construction and decoration of the Board of Trustees float for the Fiesta Edinburgh Parade. Do you guys have pictures of that?
We have one.
Okay, very good, because they did a phenomenal job in such a short notice. and all the materials that were used were recyclable.
All of it.
All of it, 100%. So we just wanted to take the time to appreciate all the hours and hard work, and some of you were working late. That's why we accommodated you to make sure you're here. So thank you very much.
Okay, good evening, Dr. Salinas, President Farias, members of the board, Mr. O'Hanlon. My name is Anthony Garza, Assistant Superintendent for Support Services, and I'm here to present this recognition. As Mr. Farias said, in early February, I was given the task, with about a month notice, to design and construct a parade float for the Board of Trustees. I immediately reached out to the transportation and maintenance departments to come up with the ideas. I told the directors, Mr. Al Barbosa and Mr. Robert Science, to come up with some ideas for a fiesta theme for the March 4th Fiesta Edinburgh Parade. With the help of bus supervisors, bus drivers, bus monitors, mechanics, carpenters, and painters, they designed the best float at this parade.
Yeah.
They used a flatbed trailer. They widened the base flooring. They built 2 seating areas. They made a decorative centerpiece. They used plenty of papel picado. And they even had a small DJ booth within this float.
Yes, they did.
They even made custom stairs to get on and off the float. All of the items used, as Mr. Farias mentioned, were refurbished materials from scrap bus seats, scrap cafeteria benches, and scrap wood. These guys are awesome. All of the other proceeds were purchased by Mr. Barbosa. Thank you, Mr. Barbosa. It was truly an awesome and beautiful sight. However, we couldn't win first place because we were in the non-competitive public officials division.
Unofficially, we did.
But unofficially, we did. Yeah. Moving forward, this same float is going to be used for other parades in the future, just with different decor. Today, I present you with the transportation and maintenance employees who assisted making the ECISD Board of Trustees Parade Float a huge success. This is a true testament to teamwork.
Very good.
Yes. And there's a picture.
There, check it out. Check it out. That definitely won first place.
Yes, it did.
Unofficially. and so I just want to go ahead and add that we out of appreciation, we went ahead and we did a little barbecue for them, and the whole board participated, and we went ahead and of course Dr. Salinas was there to help me barbecue. sitting on a chair in the shade. But it all worked out really good, and it was a small token of our appreciation. And they ate all the food. They ate it. There was nothing left over. There was nothing left over. And
So Mike didn't burn the meat.
yes, I didn't burn the meat, and Letty didn't make enough rice, but that's okay. Mr. Barbosa, picture, come over here.
Can we get a picture with the school board?
Yes, definitely. Can you put the picture back up? Yes. See that picture right there? You see the house, right? It's really nice and pretty. I told Letty that, I told Letty Garcia, I said, you know, they put an air conditioner in the little house, so in case it gets too hot, we can go in there and cool down. And she said, really? I said, no, I'm joking, for God's sakes. Of course they didn't put an air conditioner. But it was such a, I mean, guys, you knocked it out of the park. Thank you for everything you did, and you know, it's just wonderful, and that is a really nice float, and it's just amazing the detail that it went to develop it, and also the time they had. Imagine, they had less than what, 20 days?
Yeah.
20 days to come up with that, and that's just not a regular that's not just a regular trailer. They extended it. They made it wider, and they really went out for that. It's beautiful, and
Each flower had
yeah, each flower. We had nice cushioned seats, and the whole, even a DJ.
Yes.
And so it was just awesome. So we just want to say thank you for all your hard work, and sorry about the short notice, but you guys came through, and thank you all, and we really appreciate you, and God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As stated earlier, we're going to pull B, presentation of student bullying report. Mr. Javier Salinas asked that we could go ahead and pull that, and we're going to put it on next school board agenda so we can discuss. So we'll go to C, enrollment report as of March the 10th, 2023.
Board President, Superintendent Dr. Salinas, in your board packet, you have a folder that is titled Superintendent's Report for March 21st, 2023, today's board meeting. In that packet, you have a comparison of enrollment from March the 10th, 2023, to the exact same instructional day last year, 3/9/2022. If you look at the two, we are at exactly 34,000 students. That is, we have maintained 34,000 students for multiple weeks. That is a significant threshold for Edinburgh CISD. We are currently in the 4th week of the 5th 6 weeks. We have 10 weeks left of school. We expect to maintain 34,000 students. We have in our pre-K3, pre-K4 programs, we have 3,100 students total.
Wow.
Any questions?
Yes, I do have a comment. I noticed that in the in the middle school, that we're negative 131. Now, how that compares to the high school is negative 70, but you have to take into consideration that those negative 70, close to 200 moved over to the collegiate, right?
Yes.
So that really isn't a negative. They just transferred over to the collegiate. What I'm concerned about is on the middle schools, why do we have a negative 131? Have we looked into that? Transfers, then come back? What's the situation? Obviously, they didn't move from Barrientos to South. Some of them may have, but still it outweighs the 131 to 114 on the positive.
As you noted, Mr. Farias, there are many, many factors: transfers, students who may choose, in some cases, to enroll in other schools. On a very, very cursory level, if you look at the first middle school listed there, Barrientos Middle School, and you look at the 8th grade class, the exiting 8th grade class, and you compare the entering class, the 8th graders who left Barrientos Middle School, that group and population was larger than the entering 6th grade class.
Okay.
So right off the bat, the class of students that left in 8th grade to go to 9th grade, whatever high schools they went to, was larger than the class of 6th graders that they received from their elementary schools. Right off the bat, that is a significant difference in enrollment, along with all the other factors that you mentioned.
Okay. It's just, we are growing as a unit. We are growing, and we're doing really well. It's just, I just was a little alarmed and concerned with the negative amounts on 3 of those particular middle schools. And I'm glad that you pointed that out. The entry outdid the outgoing.
But to your point, we will follow up. We'll meet with the campus. Every campus has an assistant principal in charge of attendance. They see patterns. We'll work with Dr. Garza and our pupil accounting team to look at transfers, to look at trends. We'll work with Dr. Salinas, make those presentations to him, and if there's significant information that we need to bring back and report to you, we will do it either here or through Dr. Salinas.
The other thing that we could see a major increase in is in our 3- and 4-year-old program next year.
True.
Another charter school is going to be ending their 3- and 4-year-old program.
Very true.
So with them ending their 3- and 4-year-old program, guess where they're going to come? They're going to come to Edinburgh. Why? Because we offer the best services, and we're good at what we do. And that is going to take a considerable jump, and also in addition with everybody else. That is, kids are going to be turning 3. Imagine how many kids are going to be turning 3. My grandson is going to be turning 3, so he's going to be going along with my granddaughter. So, we're going to see an increase. And then also with the collegiate school being completed, there's going to be more interest, more people coming in. We have subdivisions blowing up all over the place. I think it was 900 permits. Building permits were issued just in Edinburgh alone. We're going to see an influx of individuals It is a lot more economical to move and to live in Edinburgh than it is in the surrounding areas. So people are going to be coming, and people are going to be coming to our district. So I'm excited with the growth, and I don't see any stopping as far as growth is concerned, because this is a customer service business. They're going to go where their service the best. And I can't think of another district that offers as many opportunities as Edinburgh CISD. Not only do we have the collegiate, not only did we increase our CTE by 100,000 square feet, not only do we have a 3- and 4-year-old program in all 31 of our elementaries, for free, and after-school programs. So there's nobody else that can touch that. There's nobody else that can claim that either. So we're a major hub of employment. We've got the courthouse. We've got DHR, we've got UTRGV, we got South Texas, we got the jail, we've got the county sheriff. There's a lot of business here, and so we're going to have to get ready for that influx of people coming in. So great job. These are interesting, exciting numbers, and you guys are doing a wonderful job. So we really appreciate all your hard work. And as long as we keep in mind, it's a customer service based. And as long as we keep the customer number one, they'll be coming to Edinburgh. So, I thank the board for all their support in making this happen. And together, we'll continue growing. We'll continue growing. Is there any other comments or anything anybody else would like to add? Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We appreciate your support, guidance, and direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good, sir. Public comments?
None tonight.
None tonight. Okay, we're going to go with 7. I'd like to consolidate 7A and 7B for the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Got a motion and a second to consolidate 7A and B. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We'll go to action agenda 8A, approval to cast votes for the Region 1 Education Service Center 2023 Board of Directors. If you all would open up your booklet to 8A, we are going to be voting on two
Board of Directors.
Yes, 2 Board of Directors for Region 1. What is it, place 4?
Place 2 and place
Place 2 and place 5.
Place 2 and place 5. Very good. Did everybody already vote? Very good. Okay. We already did that agenda item. We're going to do 8A, approval resolution number 2023-06 in support of Hidalgo County Prosperity Task Force. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
A motion and a second. Any questions? No questions. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We go to C, approval of year-round school calendar for 2023 and 2024. That is C. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Got a motion?
With a question.
And a second? Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second. Now for discussion.
Okay, so 73% of our employees voted for calendar B.
According to the booklet, it does show that 73% of the votes were cast for calendar B. And it was a total of 1,620. Right? Yes. Now, who was in charge and how did we conduct this process? Yeah. That way everybody can know.
Correct.
The calendar development process, sir, or the voting process?
Both.
The calendar development process, the district develops a calendar annually, and we have an established calendar that mimics our current year calendar. Our district SBDM also works together, representation from every single campus. Over the course of multiple meetings, SBDM representatives come together here in our boardroom, and we go through the calendar development process. They each go back to their campuses. They present the sample calendar from the district, which is calendar option A, and they have the option to bring back multiple calendars for discussion, review, and approval. Okay. So the district recommends a calendar almost exactly to what we have this current year. District SBDM develops collaboratively, all 45, 50 members work together to develop a calendar representing the entire district feedback. And so the calendar that was voted on here and selected with 73% of the majority vote that Mr. Farias just mentioned was the calendar B option that was designed and created by our district SBDM. The main difference between the two calendar options, if you look at Exhibit 25 or page 25, that is calendar. On the upper right-hand corner, you'll see calendar option A. This is identical to the calendar that we currently are operating for the 22-23 school year. If you look at page 26, that is the calendar option B. The difference between calendar option A and calendar option B is in the December holiday. If you see in the December holiday, December the 15th is on page 26. That December 15th is usually when we would end the fall semester. The calendar option B continues into that week of Wednesday, December 20th, but the most significant difference in change is in January when we return. The January vacation extends all through that first week, so the first work day for teachers is a work day January the 8th. Very similar to what other calendars in other districts around the area have been using in the past couple of years. That's the most significant difference.
Okay. So everybody had the opportunity to input, and obviously they 73%.
As far as the voting process,
yes,
we sent out an email with an online survey and giving every single staff member an option to vote digitally through email. In addition to that, our personnel office sent a hard copy ballot with a voting roster to every single campus. We asked staff members who had an email to vote via email, and then we asked staff members who may be custodians or cafeteria staff members who don't regularly use an email, and maintenance staff. We sent that paper ballot to collect those. We compiled those, and you will see that on page 24.
28.
We have a voting method for digital and paper, and you'll see the different in numbers, and both groups, digital and paper, both unanimously voted for calendar B option.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. D, approval of second reading of TASB Localized Policy Manual Update 120.
So moved.
We got a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. F, approval of 2022-23 mid-year budget amendments for general funds. Do I have a motion? Approval of 2022-23 mid-year budget amendments for general funds. Do I have a motion? We got a motion. Do I have a second?
I have a question. Motion for,
Second for question?
question.
Very good. A second and question. Go ahead.
Dr. Salinas, this amendment here, is this going to take away from increasing our experienced teacher pay and the annual bonus that we give our teachers when it comes down to the bonus time?
No, sir. These amendments happen every year as we budget in the summer, and at mid-year typically some of the programs need to adjust their budgets either more or less, or move monies around to adjust for student enrollment, to adjust for unexpected expenditures, etc. And it's simply to finish the year. It doesn't touch salaries or stipends or anything like that. It's simply to augment the budget to finish the school year.
Just want to make sure, because we need to make sure we have enough money to take care of our employees, our teachers.
Maybe you should read the rationale on it. Why the necessary adjustments for this item?
Well, Dr. Salinas, you want to go ahead? I know one of the rationales for it was we needed to make an adjustment for the summer school program having to do with our cafeteria and our USDA funding. We've had summer school in all 31 of our elementaries, which was a large amount of individuals that wasn't budgeted for. So basically, with that funding, with that money, we get reimbursed by USDA. So it's money that we allocate and moved, which we're going to bill and get paid. So it really is no out of pocket. So one of the major things was having to do with the summer program and the large amount of participation because of all 31 of our elementaries.
School dinner program.
And yes, the after-school program, and then also buying the furnishings for the cafeteria at North. We went ahead and allotted some money. Now, this did not affect our fund balance. Not at all. Didn't even touch our fund balance. We just were able to get other funding that we had saved and allocated and moved it around to meet these needs. And but a major one was also the furnishings for the cafeteria at North, which was a major one also.
Thank you.
That's what it is. And there's some other ones, of course, that isn't all of it, but those are the major ones, and that's why we had to go ahead and do it. But for the record, our fund balance wasn't touched, and we're still in good standings. And as Dr. Alamia wants to make sure, we do have money to go ahead and take care of our teachers and our employees at our district for this upcoming year. Very good. Any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. F, approval of proposed new position of the professional salary schedule.
Move for approval with a question.
We got a motion, and do I hear a second?
Second.
And a second, and a question.
Dr. Salinas, this salary schedule is for that Assistant Director of Transportation?
Yes, sir, that's correct. We created a new position in effort to improve our services at transportation. As we discussed at the last special call board meeting, we feel that we need to address some of the concerns that were happening there, and we believe that this position, the Assistant Director for Transportation, is an effort to better serve the needs of our students, better serve the needs of our campuses as far as the transportation services are concerned. It's a new position. It's not a, we have an employee, an existing employee it's a new position, not a new, I'm sorry, it's a new job description for the transportation department.
And for the record, this was, we did not have to hire additional individuals. We just did a lateral transition.
We intend to use staff that's already on the payroll.
On payroll. And also this is to assure what we all as a board had some major concerns in our transportation department to oversee, to make sure that our bus drivers and everybody working, follow the rules, check the buses, and make sure that we utilize that. And so it's a very important position that that Dr. Salinas felt that it was important enough for us to go ahead and create this position for oversight to make sure that that we're doing the best we can with the safety and the transportation of our kids.
That's correct.
And with that in mind, because I know our transportation department's here, and they've done a tremendous job with what we've asked them to do. Are we still looking at more drivers to help assist us with picking up our kids, dropping off our kids, after-school programs, the athletics, UIL? Because I know some of these bus drivers, we're asking a lot from them, and some of them are not getting out till. Some of them are probably still out there working.
Definitely.
And we do need a lot of help.
Yes, sir, we do.
And are we providing like maybe a possible incentive for bus drivers to come in, or people that are recommending bus drivers to come into the district?
That is something that we do want to explore, as perhaps offer a bonus for bus drivers that want to sign on with the district. Yes, we're exploring all kinds of possibilities to try to have a complete. We've never had a complete. We've always had vacancies with bus drivers. We've come close, and then we lose some, and so on. But we do need to explore strategies to encourage more bus drivers to come on board and be employed with us. And bonuses, sign-on bonuses, is something that we can explore.
Yeah, and anything we can do to help out our transportation department. I know they're in the back, and I for one really appreciate everything you all are doing, and it doesn't go unrecognized because they're just overworked sometimes.
Yes.
And we definitely need to get them help. And I suggest we get on the ball and try to bring in new bus drivers, and then take care of the ones that we have to.
I agree.
So.
Yeah, and they're the first ones to pick up our precious cargo.
Yep.
And the last ones to see our precious cargo. And yes, that's definitely, we need to take care of our existing bus drivers and do whatever we can to hire more quality bus drivers so we can go ahead and, we have 200 buses. We have a lot of routes. We have one of the largest square mile area to cover of 960 plus square miles. So yes, I've seen those buses out late, and I've seen them early in the morning, and we'll definitely do that with Dr. Alemia to make sure that we go ahead and take care of our bus drivers.
Thank you.
Very good.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? If none, all those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. G, approval of the memorandum of understanding between Edinburgh CISD and the Rio Grande Valley Building Special Ties.
So move.
Got a motion and a second. Comments or questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. H, approval of memorandum of understanding between Edinburgh CISD and the Texas Center for Education Excellence for Professional Learning.
Move for approval.
Thank you. And a motion and a second. Any questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. I, approval to purchase education incentives and reading progress educational kits from the Springboard to Educate as part of our accelerated reading program.
Move for approval.
Second?
We got a motion and a second, and the cost is $265,895. Any questions, comments? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. J, approval of the 2023 Specialized Summer Program, Summer Curriculum Writing, Pre-K to 12th grade summer school, and summer professional development
Move for approval.
sessions. We got a motion
And a second?
and a second.
I have a comment, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, in these programs, what in an effort to be able to hire more staff to help us with these programs, we're still, we went into the pandemic. There were learning losses in Edinburgh and in the state of Texas, all over the world. We knew we were not going to make up the learning losses in 1 month or 2 months or 1 year or 1 summer. We continue to address that. We're making significant progress with addressing those learning losses, as Jose Garza demonstrated. My recommendation for this summer, sir, is so that, because right now we have 8 schools, elementary schools that are going to be providing summer school. There are 11 elementary schools that are capable of providing summer school but are not. My recommendation is that the salary structure for the summer program be for the supervisors, $40 per hour, for teachers, $35 per hour, for secretaries and paras, $20 per hour. That would allow us to be able to spread and to other elementary schools to help us recruit more students into the summer school programs. Because if the student has to drive several miles across from their home to go to summer school, they may not be as motivated versus if they have to drive maybe a couple of blocks to the neighborhood school or to the school that they go to. Perhaps they will be more motivated to attend summer school. So in recommending these rates, we believe that we can offer more summer programs, hire more teachers, and therefore recruit more students into our summer school.
Can we do more than 8 schools?
Yes.
Okay, because definitely, if we have the resources to go out there and hire more teachers to educate and help with the learning loss, I know us as a board, we definitely want to go ahead and take that money and invest it to reinvest it and to go ahead and give more opportunity.
More schools.
Yes, at more schools. Currently, you have scheduled 8.
8, and we can add perhaps another 4.
Very good. Well, if you can add another 6, even better.
And it's to help our students for the learning loss.
Yes. We definitely want to maximize this money to go ahead and go back to educate our kids.
Yes.
And when you do find those schools, make sure that they're equally distributed to where you have easy access for them to take their kids. Because a lot of these individuals don't have really the means of, reliable transportation, but maybe they can walk, or maybe they can catch a ride, or maybe they can do that. So just make sure that it's accessible to all our kids.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, especially the rural area.
The rural areas, yes, definitely. And that sounds good with us as far as the payment schedule. And we definitely want to go ahead and address this. It's a long journey, but we need to start somewhere. We did start with 31 elementaries last year, and that helped us out a lot.
Right.
And the more the merrier. If we can go ahead and do that and maximize as many schools as you can.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Very good. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We go to K, approval request proposal for 2094 reading and math interaction software, first year contract.
So moved, sir.
So moved. And it's $252,828.
This is a renewal?
Yes, sir, it's a renewal.
Second.
You got a second. Any other questions? No questions? All those in favor? All those opposed, motion carries. L, approval of RFP 17167, Employee Benefits Self-Funded Full Insured Plan Carrier Third-Party Administration, TPA, and Prepared Provider Organization, PPO Network and Pharmacy Benefit Management, PBM Services, Transparent Modeling, fourth contract year. Do I hear a motion?
Move for approval with a comment.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second, and then a comment. Dr. Alamia?
I'd just like to take this time to thank everybody in our insurance department, and especially Mr. Dustin Garza for helping us get another year with the carrier. I know a lot of our employees and their families are very, very happy with the services that we're getting, that we are providing for them. And I just want to thank our insurance department team for continuing this plan another year.
Any other comments, questions? All those in favor?
We can't vote.
Oh. We need to wait for Ms. Leti Flores.
Where is she?
I have no idea, but she'll be right back.
Okay. We'll just wait.
What's the Jeopardy song? Dun, dun. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. M, approval of request for qualifications, RFQ 2344, civil engineering design for the new administration parking lot, negotiated fee.
This is the one right here, right? Right outside?
Yes, the one right here on the north side. Yes, it
move for
is.
approval.
We got a motion?
Second.
And a second. Any questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. N, approval of competitive sale proposal, CSP 2370, gymnasium addition improvements for Truman and Zavala Elementary Schools, and authorize administration to negotiate contract with the highest ranked contractor. These are the final gyms, right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Move for approval with a comment.
Okay, we got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
And a second. And Dr. Alamia, go ahead, sir.
Dr. Salinas, for these last gyms that we're going to be done, if we can make sure that, I know we got more than one contractor bidding, and I know we're trying to get the best price, but if we do have work available for everybody, if we can make sure that we give enough work for each of our contractors that usually do work for us, because I know each one of them, they do a pretty good job. So if we can just make sure that we keep them in mind when we're distributing them.
Yes, sir.
Please.
And as far as the recommendations, you have them scheduled as 1, 2, and 3 on both Truman and Zavala. And you're going to be going with the number 1 recommendation?
What page are you on? I'm sorry.
116.
116.
Yes, for Truman, we recommend the low bidder,
Okay.
G&G Contractors from Edinburgh. To your point, Dr. Lamia, G&G, it's a local contractor, and he doesn't have any of these gyms, but he has done work for us before, and he's low bid, and we recommended that company.
Very good.
For Zavala, the low bid was SLR Building Contractors. He was a low bid for several of the gyms at the last round, and he is a low bid for this project for Zavala as well. We recommend SLR Building Contractors.
Very good. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. G, approval of competitive sealed proposals, CSP 2371, gymnasium additions for Cano and Gonzalez and Travis Elementary. I'm sorry, Cano, Gonzalez, and Travis Elementary, and authorize administration to negotiate contract with the highest ranked contractor. Do I hear a motion?
Move for approval.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
And this one's switching. I'm sorry.
I'll second with question.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no, you're the one with the question. Do you have a question?
No, go ahead.
Sir, just for pure disclosure, we noted, I noticed that the low bid, that we didn't go with the low bid on Cano Gonzalez. Could you explain to us why?
The reason that we went with the second, the number 2 ranked low, as far as low bid are concerned, and not with a low bid, is because the low bid in this particular project does not have any previous experience in doing this type of work.
Yes, and that's something that we don't want to take a chance on.
No.
We've learned from the past what happens before when things like that happen. Well, sir, okay, so are you going to go ahead and at least go with the other one to see if you can negotiate them down to the price of the original one?
We can ask the contractor to meet the price of the low bidder. It's not too far off.
Well, why don't you go ahead and see, why don't you ask both of them, and whoever one gets to that amount, we could save the money.
Well, I've read with M&M, because they're ranked number 1, we can ask them to meet the low bidder's price.
Okay. All right. So you're going to try to negotiate that down to the low bidder's price.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. And then Travis, there's a difference of $175,000. That's a big one. Okay. All right then. Any other questions? Comments? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. P, approval request for former quotes 2379 Richard R. Flores Stadium lighting improvements, $462,000. Do you hear a motion?
So moved.
You got a motion? Do I hear a second?
A second.
A second.
Okay, I have a
Discussion.
I have a
Yes,
question.
ma'am. Oh, well, Ms. Garcia, you go first, and then Dr. Alamia, you go second. Go ahead.
Okay, who's answering the questions for this?
It depends. I may be able to answer.
Okay. So we're looking at almost $500,000. And I did see it does come with 10-year warranty. The training on this, like who all is getting the training? I read this, I Googled them. They've been in existence for over 40 years. They're reputable. But are we going to make sure when they come down, and I'm sure we aren't, I just want to make sure that whoever is getting the training understands it all.
Correct.
Because we're talking $500,000 here.
Right. This project, this particular project is to replace all the lights at the stadium to LED technology.
Correct.
Our electricians,
Yes.
in-house electricians, they're the ones that handle that. They get the training, all of them.
Okay.
The other part of this, and you already approved it in the December board meeting, is the video board.
Correct.
There's where we need the training.
Yes.
When that video board goes up, we want to have multiple people trained to use that video board rather than one or two. So that will require extensive training.
Okay.
Once that video board goes up.
Okay. Just as long as there's enough of individuals, of employees that understand it and they know. I know, okay, we're already approving it all. Will this be up and running by the time football season starts?
That's the goal.
That's our goal. Okay, and I know it says here, under the notes, it says changes to pole luminaire locations after the product is sent to production could result in additional charges. We just need to make sure everything is set to avoid going over what we've just approved.
If it goes over, it needs to come to the board for approval.
Yeah, but let's try not to.
Yes, we don't like to bring anything to the board for approval.
I know. I'm just making sure, sir.
And we don't like to hear it.
The reason I say that is because we don't like to bring them over here.
Right. No, and I get it. And in the notes, it states, it's pretty detailed. So I'm just, bringing that up. That's it. Thank you.
Ms. Chalamet?
It was the comment you brought up about the video board. When is that going to be up and ready? Or
We've already ordered it, but I can defer to Mr. Moreno, Dr. Moreno, on that.
The board approved Daktronics as the vendor of choice. A purchase order was sent to them before the Christmas holiday. We've had numerous conversations about moving the project forward. We are expected to have installation of the board set aside for the entire month of June. Roy Garza is probably in contact with our Daktronics rep on either a bi-weekly basis or a monthly basis on just general updates, continuing to move the project forward. There are some meetings that I want to schedule with Dr. Salinas and the board president and or a representation of the board on some things that we may want to look at, some design options, some speaker options, just to make sure that we get some good feedback and we end up with the best possible product. But we are expected, as Dr. Salinas mentioned, this board is expected to go live, and Daktronics was here and committed to going live for the football seasons.
This coming football season?
Starting in the fall.
Okay.
They are actually manufacturing the board as we speak.
So that's guaranteed that it'll be ready? Because, going with this board again and then halfway through the game it goes out.
We are committed to having, and Daktronics has committed to making that happen.
Okay, please get it done.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Going back to the Moscow Lights, do we have to do any infrastructure? Is there going to be any additional cost to accommodate these lights?
We're going to defer that question to Victor Gonzalez.
I can answer that. We're going to replace the lights. We're not going to mess around with the pole or any of that.
No wiring, no additional?
I don't know. There may be some wiring involved, but...
So how much is that going to cost?
That's already in the cost.
Oh, good.
For Musco.
Okay, very good. So all of that's already there.
Yeah.
Okay, good, because I know whenever you switch those things out, there has to be some changes, so that's already in the bid.
Yes.
Very good. Just wanted to make sure that you don't come to us for another approval. Okay, very good. Any other questions?
No.
No questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We go to Q, approval request for formal quotes, 2380 Brewster School lighting improvements.
Move for approval with a question.
We got a motion and a second. And go ahead, sir.
Same, Dr. Moreno or Mr. Gonzalez, is the same question. Will these lights be ready for the upcoming football season?
This one I'm a little unsure about. We need to do some additional geotech on one of these, on a couple of these pole installations. We were late in that, so we're going to have to see about whether we can actually complete that or not on time before the football season.
Because I know it's, the community over there has been anxiously waiting for these lights to get put up, and some of us up here do get phone calls to be updated on when those are going up. So I just wanted to make sure if we have a timeline when they.
Robert is lead on this particular job, and he reminded me, that we do have a long lead item on the transformer for this particular install. Okay.
So we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that we
will try. Yes.
Very good. And I'm getting tired of hearing transformers, but it is what it is. It is what it is, right? I know it's beyond your control, but whatever we do, whatever we can control,
whatever we need to do
try
to
our best.
expedite it, please, yeah, because they're long overdue and they're anxiously waiting for these lights to be put up.
Yes, we work with AEP now, our utility directly. Those are things that we didn't used to do before, and we're happy to do that in order to make sure that we are pushing to get the equipment that we need. Yes, sir.
Yeah. The days of them parking their vehicles and putting on their headlights is over, so we need to go ahead. That's the way they used to.
But they got a beautiful track.
Yeah. So, so long overdue, and I'm glad we're addressing it. I'm glad we're addressing it. Very good. Any other questions or comments?
No, sir.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Approval of purchase E-rate related district-wide internet services for 23-24 school year, $80,000.
So move.
You got a motion?
Second.
And a second. Any questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. S, approval to purchase E-rate related district-wide internet connections for the Network Operations Center, $408,000. Do I hear a motion?
So move with a question.
We got a motion.
Second.
And a second. Ms.
Can
Garcia.
you explain this, please, Dr. Moreno?
Yes. Internal connections is one of the categories of the types of equipment that we can purchase through E-rate. If you look there on the agenda, I indicated here, while the total purchase amount is $408,000, we get 85% of that reimbursed back to us through this program. So technically, we are paying $61,231 for the $408,000 in E-rate equipment. This equipment is meant to replace, upgrade the equipment in our Network Operations Center. Every single school connects back into our Network Operations Center to connect to software applications, to learning.com, email. Every single resource that we connect to comes back to our Network Operations Center. So this is a commitment, but it services every single facility and campus across the entire district, and we're only paying 15 cents on the dollar.
Thank you for explaining that.
Thank you.
So in actuality, what it shows is 408, but we're really going to be out of pocket 61,000.
Correct.
And on the item before, it shows 68,000, but in reality, we're going to be out of pocket 12,000.
Correct.
Okay, just want to point that out for full disclosure. So the amounts that are being shown here, in true reality, out of pocket, we're only going to be paying 15%.
I'm submitting the application by next Tuesday, the deadline. For the full amount, we pay...
When is the deadline?
Next Tuesday.
You're going to wait till next Tuesday?
No.
Okay.
I said by next Tuesday.
Okay, okay. Just want to make sure.
Next Tuesday.
Very good.
I'll
Just want to make sure.
this week.
Just want to make sure. Very good. Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
No questions. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. T, approval purchase point-to-point fiber circuit services and dark fiber services for existing multi-year contracts.
So move.
Got a motion? Do I hear a second? We have a second. Thank you, Ms.
And can you explain again, sir, on this?
As I mentioned, every single campus site facility connects back to our Network Operations Center. These are the circuits that we purchase from these different vendors that bring back that digital traffic from that campus to our network operations center. In this case, we're not just purchasing one fiber connection.
Right.
We're purchasing one from two different companies because sometimes one company may have a car accident, takes out a light pole. For some reason, their fiber gets cut.
Yes.
We can lose that. We always have a second fiber line that can connect that campus to our network operations center.
A backup.
Backup, if you will.
Backup.
Same thing, 15% is what we pay, so we pay $72,000, and we get a reimbursement of $412,250.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Very good. You know, when we do these, do we take the total amount out of the budget and then replace it when we get the check back?
It is my understanding that through the accounting process, the item is budgeted, but Sylvia Garcia already defaults and budgets the revenue.
Okay.
So while we go through here and budget for the total amount, she incorporates already into her accounting books a reimbursement of 85%.
When does that show up?
Sylvia Garcia is,
So that
is correct.
So that will show up later, or is it automatic?
It's built into the
Built in.
books.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
Okay, so we're dealing with real time, real money.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Any other questions?
No.
No questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. U, approval to purchase district-wide telecommunication services for 2023-24 school year, $97,000.
So moved.
Got a motion?
Second.
And a second? Any comments or questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. V, approval to purchase E-rate related warranty, maintenance, and technical support services for 23-24 school year, $158,000.
So moved.
We got a motion?
Second.
And a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. W, approval to renew standard district-wide Microsoft
Move for
education.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. It's a total of $476,850. Any questions? No questions. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. I motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. We will go into closed session. Time is 8:30. make a motion to come back from closed session.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Time is 9:51. For the record, no action was taken in executive session. We'll go straight to personnel.
Yes, sir. Section 551.074, consideration of and possible action regarding the employment of head tennis coach for Johnny Economides High School. Administration recommends Yvette Bella.
Do I hear a motion?
So move.
Second.
Second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Go ahead, sir.
2, consideration of and possible action regarding the employment of a director of payroll for the payroll department. Administration recommends Sara Gonzalez.
Hear a motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries.
Number 3, consideration of and possible action regarding the employment of personnel director for personnel department. Administration recommends Mark McCullough.
Do I hear a motion?
So move.
A motion?
Second.
Second. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries.
I recommend the employment of the professional applicants discussed in closed session, subject to assignment for the type and term of contract as identified for each position. And furthermore, I recommend the employment, reassignments, resignations, and retirements as discussed in closed session.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Number 5. Yes, sir.
Consideration of and possible action regarding the proposed termination of at-will employee S.A.J.
Do you hear a motion?
So move.
Second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Number 6, sir.
Number 6, consideration of and possible action regarding Level 3 employee grievance hearing N.A.
Very good. Mr. O'Hanlon, are we going to go ahead and go as discussed in executive session? Okay. All right, very good. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Mr. O'Hanlon, was there something else that we were going to be discussing?
The real estate?
Yes. A matter was brought up to us in closed session concerning the real estate. We're going to go as discussed in executive session.
Yes. We're going to approve it would be to approve the price, the appraisal that was on the property.
Very good. So as discussed in executive session, we'll give the superintendent the authority to go forward with that.
Okay.
Do I hear a motion for that?
So move.
We got a motion and a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. I make a motion to adjourn. Please. Motion. Second. All those approved. Meeting adjourned 9:54.